Aster enters this map with a substantial career win rate of 68%. It's a stark contrast to Mist's recent struggle, especially coming off a tough 629 run today. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake that off early. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. The rating gap between these two is becoming very apparent. A completely clean response from Mist, showing he's not going to roll over easily. The underdog has finally found some footing. Aster is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. He's really putting that rank 6 status on display. He manages to clear Aster off the ramp, showing real grit to keep the deficit manageable. He's definitely proving he can keep pace with the top flight. He's simply refusing to fall behind, taking another round without letting the opponent even land a shot. Aster really has the psychological upper hand, leading their head-to-head with 245 total wins. You know, those numbers stick with you when you're trying to claw back. I wonder if Mist can find a way to flip the script here. Aster recovers the lead instantly, quickly shutting down the momentum shift we just saw. He simply refuses to let up, taking a 4th straight to leave Mist in the dust. Aster seems to have a real handle on the match today. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the expected favorite just isn't showing up today. He's really capitalizing on his superior 62% win rate on this specific map. Mist needs a serious spark here. Aster is cruising right now, sitting on a 9-4 cushion. He really looks like the more composed player throughout this series. Aster really knows how to capitalize on that ramp elevation to seal the deal. Aster is staring down a dominant 10-5 lead. That was a lightning-fast snap to take the round. Mist is fighting a steep uphill battle at 6-10. A nice and quick trade to stay in the game. What a scramble. Both players were nearly empty, but he just barely manages to keep his head above water. Absolutely oppressive. Aster shuts him down again to move within a single round of victory. He puts up a fight right when the pressure is highest to keep the series alive. That's exactly why he's fighting so hard to get back into this. He's not letting the match slip away just yet, picking up a 2nd consecutive round. He's finally starting to bridge that gap between them. And that's it. Aster secures the final kill to close out the map. He just looked too sharp for the opposition today, taking full control of the server when it mattered most. Aster enters this match as a heavy favorite with a rating that puts him well inside the top 10, and the odds usually reflect that gap. It will be interesting to see if he can turn things around after a rocky start to this series. He is simply too fast right now, putting up a perfect start to the game. A sharp response from Aster, who keeps his composure and manages to pull another round back. Ignis is just dominating, leading 4-1. A tough spot for the rank 6 player to be in. Ignis just refuses to budge with a massive 5-1 lead. It's a surprising turnaround given his recent form today. Ignis holds a huge disadvantage in their head-to-head history, with Aster winning nearly 60% of their lifetime encounters. So yeah, that long-term dominance is usually a strong indicator of consistency. The big question now is whether Aster can finally lean on that history to close this gap. Ignis is just cruising along with a 6-3 cushion. He definitely looked sharper in his last encounter with Mist. Ignis is putting a huge amount of pressure on the top 6 player right now. He's definitely playing below his typical level this afternoon. Ignis keeps the momentum swinging with a 7-4 lead. We head into the break with Ignis holding a 7-5 lead. He's playing exactly as expected so far. He looks very comfortable in these early rounds, though Aster definitely has the skill to claw this back. Fresh start for both. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win in an absolute war of attrition. He's barely hanging on, but it's another tick in his column. Ignis maintains his edge, sitting pretty at 8-6. He's really struggling to capitalize on that high seed today. A perfectly timed shot, and he's showing real grit to stay in this fight. The pressure is really mounting for the top seed right now. Ignis is pulling further ahead at 9-7 now. Ignis is just running away with this, leading 10-7. He usually handles these matchups with way more ease. He's showing some real heart here, keeping his side of the scoreboard moving. He's finally starting to look like the threat we expected. Ignis is just a couple of rounds away from a huge upset victory here. A complete shutdown of that attempt to rally, leaving him just one step away from victory. Unreal, both of them were nearly depleted, but Aster claws his way through that chaotic exchange to keep his hopes alive. That absolute sliver of health kept him in the game. A totally untouched shot. He's refusing to let this match slip away just yet. The composure is finally starting to peak for him. What a victory! Ignis closes it out right here to secure the map. A total stunner of a result for the lower seed. He really stood his ground today against a heavy hitter. What a performance! Mist is coming into this one with a tough 530 record over the last day. It's clear that the lack of confidence is weighing on him right now. We'll see if he can shake that off and find some stability in this series. Ignis secure another one from the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. Finally a round in his favor, showing some real grit to get back into this. He's certainly playing the role of the underdog right now. What a scrap. Mist digs deep to keep the pressure on and refuses to back down. The early advantage is starting to slip away from him. Ignis still holds a commanding 2-round cushion, coming in without high win percentage in his recent outings. He's showing a lot of heart, clawing back another round to close the gap. He's fighting the odds and refusing to go quietly. Unbelievable! He's completely erased the lead to bring us level at 4-4. The momentum has completely shifted for the pre-match favorite. He just can't be stopped right now, dragging himself back into the lead with a quick flick to the ramp. Absolute control of the server from him right now. Ignis takes the response here to put the score dead level. He's certainly playing the part of the higher ranked player in this set. A tight exchange, but he came out on top there. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, Mist is putting up a much better fight than his recent form suggested. He's keeping pace with the favorite. So this whole thing is wide open. Time to switch it up. A flawless opening to the second half, and he's simply refusing to let the pressure get to him. He's definitely finding a way to stay steady in this match. He's showing some serious grit, keeping the momentum rolling to push his lead further. Absolute perfection from him, effortlessly extending this lead to 3 games. The shift in power since the half is staggering. He answers back immediately with an effortless kill to halt the momentum. What a fight! He barely walks away from that one, but he's officially surging now. The momentum is completely flipped from what we expected today. What a war! Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the comeback alive. He's starting to claw his way back into a believable spot. A total shutdown there, leaving his opponent with absolutely no room to react. A lightning-fast reaction from Ignis to keep this resurgence moving. Pure chaos as the lead shrinks to just 2 rounds. He's simply refusing to crack, securing another one from the Tetris to stay right in this. He's really digging in his heels now. He completely negates the height advantage, picking Mist off the boost to bring the series level. Absolutely wild to see the boards reset like this. He is simply on another level right now, moving within a single point of the victory. Looking like the classier player as the pressure peaks. Unbelievable. Ignis closes the door with an effortless final shot to complete a stunning reverse sweep. Mist put up a hell of a fight to keep things this tight, but he just couldn't close out those final exchanges. He really left it all on the line. What a match! Aster holds a commanding overall lead of 246 rounds in their head-to-head history. And you can see that confidence translated into their very last encounter, where they walked away with a clear victory. It will be tough for Mist to turn the tide if the patterns from their recent matches continue. Aster is just starting to pull ahead at 2-1. A shaky start for the favorite after that quick exchange. Mist has completely shifted the energy here, erasing that early deficit and putting the pressure back on Aster. The number 6 ranked player is looking a bit shaken right now. Aster takes control again with a narrow 3-2 lead. A rough 24 hours for the lower ranked player with that 5:30 run. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that fight to bring the series level. Absolutely wild. He barely edges out the victory in a brutal trade that left both players on the verge of collapse. We are all squared up at 4 apiece now. This is a massive shift for someone sitting at rank 33. Mist claws ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. Hard to believe this is happening given the rating difference. He is simply on fire right now, taking his 3rd straight round to build a 2-round lead. Tough spot for a player who's typically seen as the heavy favorite. Aster responds quickly with a clean shot to keep things tight as we head into the break. Mist holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, things are playing out exactly how we expected given the pre-match lean. Now we just see if Aster can close this gap. Switching sides, time to reset. Mist is putting up an incredible fight right now, especially considering a rough 5:30 run over the last day. It's actually a huge contrast to how the top tier talent usually performs when they start falling behind. We're seeing if Mist can actually ride this wave to a full victory. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. A decent answer from the guy with a 25-10 record today. That is a total shutdown, continuing a strong surge for Aster. He's finally playing like the high-ranked star we expected. He's simply refusing to back down, putting together an impressive streak to narrow the gap. He's definitely playing with a lot more poise than he did earlier. Unreal. He barely survives the brutal exchange to even the score at 9-all. A total reset as both players head into a dead heat. Aster is simply unstoppable right now, moving just 3 rounds away from a victory. Pure perfection from the higher seed, bringing his count to 6 straight. He's truly taking full advantage of that gap in the standings. Absolute authority from Aster, who just moved himself to a single point for the win. Unbelievable! Aster closes the door on a perfect 8-round tear to secure the map. He really looked like the better player on this specific terrain today. Another victory in the books for the top seed. Aster is a tier above in our ratings, sitting way up at rank 6, while Ignis is in the lower half of the pack. But a quick look at their head-to-head shows Ignis has won 3 of their last 5 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if that matchup history outweighs the raw skill gap today. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on, using that ramp to secure another round. The higher rated seed is looking very comfortable right now. We've got a dead heat with both at 2. He's definitely bringing that confidence from his recent 39 victory over Mist. That was a total scramble on the ramp and Aster comes out on top. That 185-133 all-time lead is starting to show here. Ignis reacts quickly to that ramp play and now we've got a total deadlock here. A great way to open his second match of the day. Aster holds a narrow lead at 4-3 right now. It's a high-paced day for him so far with 26 total wins. Ignis fights back to keep us tied at 4 apiece. He is certainly finding a way to challenge that rating gap today. Unbelievable, Ignis claws back his lead with a narrow survival after a brutal firefight on the ramp. Just a few hours ago he was on a total tear. Aster puts an end to that momentum shift, shaking things up from the ramp. That was quick, a very clean way to even it up. Aster is really starting to seize control of the map, making it a 3-round lead for him. We're all square at 6-6. It's a very balanced start that lines up exactly with the pre-match predictions. Ignis is refusing to let his higher ranked opponent take any early ground. Time to see who blinks first. Aster edges ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. He certainly put in a lot of work with 26 wins already today. Ignis secures a great vantage point on that ramp and manages to put the pressure back on Aster. Hard to believe he's managed to keep things this tight. Ignis keeps his nose ahead with a slim 8-7 lead. A very strong start to the day for him overall. And we are back to a stalemate at 8-all. Just a couple of high-impact rounds to get things reset here. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, taking control of the momentum as he pushes toward double digits. Absolute chaos as Ignis and Aster stand deadlocked at 9. He's putting that high rank to use as we move into the 20th. Aster is really putting the squeeze on here, picking up a couple in a row to shift the balance. Exactly how we expected the favorite to respond here. He is on a roll now, winning another clash from the ramp to stay in control. The pressure is mounting for the lower seeded player now. He's completely shut the door on any comeback hopes, moving within a single round of victory. A huge contrast to those first 9 rounds we saw. What a finish. Aster secures the victory with a clean shot to close it out. He really found another gear after that rough start to put this one away. Ignis just couldn't hold the line against that momentum. Ignis has completely dominated the head-to-head history with 728 total wins. It's a massive gap, which makes this early lead from Mist an interesting development. We'll see if the underdog can actually maintain this energy. Mist is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. He's clearly the more confident player in these two today. What an absolute scrap. He barely escapes that encounter with his life to tie things up. The higher seed is starting to find some stability here. Mist holds the edge with a tight 3-2 lead. He's really trying to bounce back from a tough stretch lately. And we're back to a deadlock at 3-3. He's certainly playing better than his last 10 outings. He just barely clutched a desperate fight to reclaim the lead. A really surprising shift in energy considering the ladder rankings. Mist is currently fighting through a brutal slump, having won only 10% of his last 10 matches. So seeing him push this lead feels like a massive turnaround. It will be interesting to see if he can actually maintain this pace against a much more consistent opponent. That was a rapid exchange, and Ignis comes out on top to narrow the gap. He's trying to prove why he entered this one as the favorite. Mist is just cruising now, leading 7-4. The odds weren't reflecting this level of struggle for the top seed. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely ignoring the history here. With Ignis owning a 60% win rate against him over time, this early lead is a total shock. Time to switch it up. Mist is simply relentless, extending it to 8-5. The difference in the rankings is almost non-existent in this series. Mist is just pulling away now at 9-5. The lower ranked player is just refusing to let up. Simply untouchable right now, securing another clean victory to keep the streak alive. Mist is completely reversing the script from their last encounter. What a desperate brawl! Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange with his life. His overall experience edge is definitely showing through now. Mist is just on another level today, putting a serious dent in Ignis' hopes for a comeback. He's making it very hard for the favorite to find any answers. Another effortless win for Mist, putting him just one round away from victory. Ignis gets the better of him from the boxes, picking up a quick round. It's good to see some life from the higher seed. Unbelievable. Mist finishes the job with a perfect round to seal the victory. A total shocker for the books, as the struggle is finally over for this guy today. A strong start for Mist, using that ramp high ground to secure the opening round. Aster holds a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history. It makes a lot of sense why he's entered this match as the heavy favorite. Now we just have to see if he can push his advantage further. Aster takes a commanding 2-1 lead heading into round 3. The rating gap is definitely showing itself right now. Mist is really shaking things up here, quickly cleaning up the board to tie this series at 2-all. The top quartile talent is struggling to find his range. Aster is really leaning into the momentum now, punishing Mist for playing too aggressively from the ramp. Unreal. He barely scrapes through this fight from the toolbox to bring us back to dead heat. A tough day so far for the number 32 seed. Aster is definitely the one in control here, swiftly taking out Mist from that ramp position. Aster is just too quick right now, completely dismantling anyone who tries to hold that toolbox. Aster keeps the edge, leading 5-4. He's certainly making his opponent earn every single point. Aster completely shut him down on that ramp, and the pressure is really starting to build for Mist now. Mist holds that ramp perfectly to bring us right back to a one-round game. A huge contrast to the results we've seen today so far. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the switch. I mean, the higher rated player is playing exactly as expected here. Aster's 66% map win rate is showing, and he's safely in the driver's seat for now. Time to see who blinks first. Aster is really putting on a clinic from that ramp, keeping the pressure high. He's looking sharp after that last 13-9 victory against him. Mist isn't folding under the pressure and manages to secure another effortless round. The underdog is refusing to just fade away here. He's not going away, continuing this surge to close the gap further. The gap in their perceived skill levels is practically non-existent right now. A huge statement here as he shuts Aster down from the ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. This is officially a complete toss-up now. A tight trade-off, but Aster comes out on top to reclaim the lead. A real battle of nerves for that top 6 seed. What a fight! He barely clings to life with 8 HP to lock this series up at 9-9. He's completely flipped the script on this series. He's completely taking over now, claiming another round in a blink to seize the lead. And we are all tied up again at 10 apiece. His overall record in this rivalry is quite lopsided. He just wipes Aster off the ramp to push this comeback even further. It is a completely different story than when they first stepped onto the server. Aster shuts him down once again from the ramp to bring us back to an even split. Pure nerves now as they both hunt for a second match point. A quick victory for Aster, and he's now just one round away from sealing the deal. The momentum shift was instant. Boom! Aster closes it out with a gritty finish on the ramp to secure the win. Mist really pushed him to the absolute limit today, almost pulling off the impossible against a top 10 player. He just couldn't find that last piece of the puzzle. What a fight! Esther secures the opening point, taking a huge advantage from that high ground. Ignis is really feeling the pressure early on. He just can't find a way to shut Aster down. The top quartile player is simply too sharp today. Aster heads into this with a massive historical edge over the last 300 matches. It's a huge contrast to see him struggling with the pace after he's been so dominant in the league today. We have to see if Ignis can actually capitalize on that. Aster holds a slim lead as we enter round 5. A tough break for the favorite, though he's still been cruising through the day. Absolute chaos! He barely clings to life with just 10 health to level the match at 3-3. It's a complete shift in momentum from the first half of their day. Aster regains control and pushes ahead 4-3. He's looking far more comfortable than he did during the first few exchanges. Aster's now well positioned with a 2-round cushion. He's been in sensational form throughout the day. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to claw back into the game. He's putting up a real fight despite that rating gap. We've reached a total deadlock at 5 apiece. He's definitely making this look like a coin flip. He secures another effortless kill from the box, staying completely unscathed. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. He's outperforming his lower rating so far. He looks confident, and that 4-round run really helped him build a lead. Aster needs a reset here. Ignis has an all-time win rate of 49%. It's impressive to see him defying those odds by pushing into a command position. He's clearly not intimidated by Aster's ranking today. Ignis is really running away with this 9-6 lead. He's certainly shaking off those 2 losses from earlier. A swift response from Aster to keep the deficit manageable. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. Wow, what a frantic exchange. He barely walks away from that wreckage intact. Hard to believe the top 6 seed is this far behind. He's refusing to back down, showing some real grit to narrow this gap. The experience of a seasoned veteran is starting to show. What a brawl! He barely scrapes through that exchange to stay right in this fight. He's completely wiped the slate clean since that last slip. Ignis is really putting on a show, continuing to distance himself from the favorite. A very contrasting result compared to their last encounter. Another round for Ignis, and now he stands just a single point away from victory. It's a tough spot for a player of his caliber. A gritty scramble there, but Aster manages to edge out the victory to stay alive. He's certainly fighting to reclaim the top-seeded spot in this series. He just refuses to let go, keeping himself alive in this series with another fast win. Absolute carnage in this engagement, and he forces the tie to take this deep into overtime. The momentum has completely swung back to the higher ranked player. An incredibly clean sequence to put the pressure right back on his opponent. The underdog has really thrown a wrench into this series. The momentum has shifted entirely. Ignis is just staring down the win right now. A huge shift for the player currently ranked 30th. Aster is staying composed, answering back with a perfect shot to keep the pressure high. That was an incredibly clean look for the challenge. Just a flash of movement and Ignis puts himself one step closer to ending this. The sheer confidence from the underdog in this series is palpable. He simply will not let this match end without a fight, keeping himself in the game. He keeps finding a way to shut the door on the victory. Unbelievable! He survives the thinnest of margins with a sliver of health left to reach match point. Ignis is leading 16-15 in a nail biter. We are deadlocked at 16 all. Total deadlock. Ignis takes the lead 17-16 after a huge play. Symmetry at last. We're tied up at 17 apiece. It's an absolute toss-up now, despite the seed difference. Ignis edges ahead by 1 in this frantic battle. He's really making Aster work for every single point here. Ignis just pulled further ahead, now commanding a 2-point lead. He's finally turned the tide of their head-to-head history with a massive statement victory here on Dunes. What a fight! Ignis has historically been the much stronger player in this rivalry with over 700 head-to-head wins. The apathetic start today is a real problem for him, especially since he's coming in as the favorite. I wonder if he can flip the script before Mist builds a real lead. Mist holds the momentum now, leading 2-1. That's some surprising form from the number 32 rated player. We've got a dead heat right here. These two are practically trading blows every single round. He looks way more comfortable now after that strong series against Aster. Unreal! He almost loses it, but survives with a sliver of health after clamping down from the Tetris. We're all squared up at 3 apiece. A stark contrast to that 13-7 loss he suffered on Mapas. Mist regains the edge, pushing forward with a 4-3 lead. He's really putting that rank 28 status to the test. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent in a frantic finish. That's a rough stretch for the favorite to navigate early on. Simply effortless as he clears the ramp to secure a third straight round. He's really letting the pressure mount for the high-rated man. He's just untouchable right now, putting a huge gap between himself and the favorite. He's completely taken over this match, extending his lead to 8 before we head into the interval. It's a total nightmare for him right now. Mist heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely disregarding the script right now. He's playing far above his usual level, which leaves the favorite in a very deep... Ignis needs to find his rhythm fast. Ignis is currently maintaining a 70% win rate over his last 10 outings, and that composure is finally starting to surface here. We're seeing him weather the early storm and pull back closer to the lead. It will be a fight to see who blinks first in this second half. Another completely clean frame for the favorite, who simply refuses to let up now. What a turnaround! He has completely erased that early deficit to bring the series level. A blink and you missed it. Exchange that gives the lead back to the underdog. Just a blink and the lead flips right back. Ignis shows incredible grit here, flushing the opposition off the ramp to tie things up. The confidence is returning to the veteran now. He's simply refusing to let the momentum shift back, taking full control as he claims a narrow lead. And just like that, they're locked at 10 apiece. He's showing a lot of resilience despite those rough results against Aster. That was a lightning fast reflex. Mist is just on fire right now, putting his opponent on the defensive. Unbelievable, he barely survives that war of attrition, clinging to a sliver of health to tie it all up. Just a sheer battle of will to bring this back to a deadlock. He's just too sharp right now, moving within a single step of closing this out. What a finish! He storms back from that early deficit to take the victory. He really pushed the pace on this one, but it's the veteran who walks away with the victory. Just a gorgeous way to close it out. What a fight. Esther holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, having won over 70% of their total encounters. It's no surprise that the favorite is starting strong today, given the gaps in their overall ratings. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can flip the script this time. Aster's now cruising with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly not treating the rank gap as a hurdle. Mist has completely flipped the momentum, quickly erasing that early deficit to tie things up. Absolute precision here. He's just completely taken over the map. He is just relentless right now, putting Aster completely on his heels. A rough day for the higher ranked side so far. He's just untouchable right now, taking down another one in a flash. Simply an overwhelming display of skill as he marches toward a 7-round lead. He is completely in control, claiming another victory to extend the streak to 7. Aster finally finds an opening, surviving a chaotic exchange to get back on the board. The top-ranked side is finally starting to fight back. Aster has been remarkably consistent throughout the day, putting up a 26-10 record in his matches. It looks like the momentum from that recent winning stretch is finally overriding the initial struggle he had against Mist. We'll see if he can keep this recovery going. Mist takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really making the most of his momentum here. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. Mist is just dominating, pushing it to 9-4. He's putting on a show despite being a heavy underdog today. Aster claws back one, leaving it 9-5 for Mist. He's certainly not lacking for confidence after a strong 26-10 day. Aster is making a move here, bringing his total back within striking distance. His experience in these longer duels is starting to show. Mist is just run away now, commanding a 10-6 lead. He's really defying his usual struggle against this opponent. He's simply too quick for him right now, cutting through these rounds in a heartbeat. Aster is refusing to let this slip away, keeping himself firmly in the hunt. Sobering reminder that he has a massive career lead over his opponent. He secures a huge lead with that exchange, moving within a single round of victory. Total lockdown on this side of the map. Aster shuts him down with a crisp delivery, preventing the sweep for now. The skill ceiling is definitely still there for the higher seeded side. He's refusing to let this slide, putting up a second straight victory to delay the end. The pressure is mounting for the underdog. Aster is simply refusing to go quietly, having now taken 3 straight to keep his hopes alive. What a final shot. Mist closes the door right there and takes the victory. He just completely shook the standings with that one. To come out on top against this kind of track record is just insane. What a fight! Esther enters this match with a substantial advantage in our rating, and his 73% win rate here shows he's historically much more comfortable on this map. It'll be interesting to see if he can capitalize on that edge early on. He's simply outplaying his opponent right now, extending that lead to a 3-round surge. Ignis claws one back, showing some real fight after that early onslaught. He's certainly not letting the favorite walk away with this. Esther keeps the pressure on, claiming another fast win from the ramp. It's a strong return to form after that rough start against Mist. Absolute chaos there. He barely escapes with his life after that frantic exchange. He's definitely putting that top 10 ranking to work tonight. Ignis is currently riding a high with a 70% win rate in his recent matches. It looks like he's carrying that momentum into this game despite the score. Now we just have to see if he can actually close the gap. Aster's firmly in command with a 3-round cushion. It's interesting, since Ignis actually took the most recent duel between them. Aster is making it very difficult for Ignis to put together any real momentum here. Just a quick blink and he's back in control. Aster looks nearly untouchable, leading by 5 now. He's really putting that top tier rating on display right now. Aster holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's really making a strong case for himself as the favorite here. It will be tough for Ignis to mount a comeback from this position. Time to see if Ignis resets. Aster is just relentless, sitting on a huge 9-4 lead. His current form is looking much sharper compared to the struggle he had against Mist. Aster is just dominating, extending his lead to 10-4. The higher rated player is simply putting on a clinic. He is certainly fighting back, refusing to just let Aster cruise to an easy victory. That's a lot of games played today for the 7-seeded star. Ignis narrows it down to a 4-round deficit. The gap in their overall win rates hasn't stopped this run. He's completely taking over the server, securing another flawless round to keep the surge going. He's clearly proving to be a dangerous opponent tonight. A scrap for survival, but the favored player comes out on top here. He's looking much more comfortable than in those earlier matches against Mist. Aster shuts down that little run with a crisp finish, and now he is just one step away from victory. What a way to finish. Aster takes the final round and secures the match. He's really continuing that hot streak for the day, looking totally comfortable in the server throughout this set. Ignis has clearly held the upper hand in the past, winning 60% of their total head-to-head encounters. We've seen him secure the victory in their most recent meeting as well. It will be interesting to see if Mist can break that trend today. Mist is really holding his ground early on, using that ramp to get another edge. The rank 32 player is showing some real confidence today. Ignis is playing really aggressive with these fast kills, and that high ground on the ramp is just too much for Mist. It looks like a dead heat early on. Mist takes a commanding 3-2 lead heading into this. He's playing an incredibly tight series so far. Mist is officially running away with it at 4-2. Ignis is certainly feeling the pressure of a tough afternoon. He's completely untouchable right now, walking away without taking a single point of damage. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Blame map. He is simply outclassing everyone in the server right now, climbing to a 6-2 lead. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. He's just not letting up. That's another one for the lead. It is a complete role reversal compared to the usual dynamics. He's just too fast, popping Ignis right off the ramp to keep this streak alive. The momentum has completely flipped from their last fight on Blame. Ignis gets a clean look here to pick up his first round of the game. That's exactly the reaction he needed to shake things up. Mist holds a 9-3 lead going into the break. Well, this is the complete opposite of what we expected from this matchup. Ignis usually controls the series, but he looks totally lost against those fast plays. Ignis needs a spark right now. Mist has been struggling in his recent outings with a 7-28 record over the last day. And given how drastically the tide has turned, we're seeing a total departure from his usual performance today. It'll be key to see if he can keep this momentum going. He's really started to surge, taking a third straight for a strong finish to this series. Unreal! Ignis secures another win from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The lead is shrinking fast as we head into the final stretch. He manages to weather the storm and fight back for a 10-7 lead. He's really playing the role of the spoiler right now. A fierce encounter on the ramp, and he secures another round to keep this rally alive. We're seeing the favorite finally find some stability here. He's refusing to go away, clawing back another round to keep the pressure high. That's exactly the kind of poise we expected from the favorite. Mist is just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. His current form is quite a contrast to the 20% he's seen lately. And he just shuts that comeback attempt down, moving back into the driver's seat. Hard to believe the underdog has this much control over the server. Unbelievable. He closes the door on this series and takes the map. He's certainly proved he can hang with the top ranks today. A huge mental victory for him to get this one on the board. Esther generally controls this matchup with a 70% career win rate. I mean, it is pretty surprising to see the ratings gap leaning so heavily in his direction, given how Mist has been taking these early fights. It will be interesting to see if Esther can actually recover from this slow start. A total shutout so far, and he just drops the favorite right off the box. He's really struggling to get things moving today. That was way cleaner. He manages to get back on the board. He really needs to lean into that experience edge here. Mist is just cruising right now, leading 4-1. The contrast with his recent 25 and 10 performance is staggering. Mist is just not letting him breathe, taking that fight right off the box for a huge lead. He has been fighting a tough uphill climb lately. Esther manages to put up a fight and secures that duel from the high ground. He's definitely the more seasoned hand in these kinds of series. Mist is currently in the middle of a surprising run of form against a much higher ranked opponent. It is especially bold considering Esther has entered the day with a strong 25-10 record. If Mist keeps this pace, he could be looking at a genuine upset. Another effortless burst from Esther to keep the pressure mounting. The momentum shift is starting to feel real. Mist still holds a commanding 7-4 lead. It's a huge shakeup for the 7th ranked pro. Mist heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. We'll see if Esther can turn this around on the other side. Time to see if Esther wakes up. What a frantic exchange. He barely scraps through that fight with a sliver of health left. He's showing some real grit to claw back into this. Mist is dominating this series, pushing his lead to 9-5. An incredibly sharp display of aim from the lower ranked player. Esther finds a way, cutting the gap to 9-6. He certainly isn't letting his rank discourage him today. That's another quick point for Esther, and he's simply refusing to let the deficit out of reach. Total composure from the veteran in these high-pressure exchanges. Mist secures that vertical advantage, holding on to the lead comfortably. Mist is really capitalizing on these fast exchanges, putting a serious dent in Esther's hopes for a comeback. Unbelievable! He clings to life with almost nothing left to finally put his opponent's run to an end. That is a nerve-wracking way to secure a lead. A lightning-fast response from Esther to stay in the fight. The pressure is really starting to mount for the veteran. Esther stays out of reach for now, keeping his hopes alive in this series. The gap in experience is definitely playing a role here. Absolute precision here as he continues this charging run to keep himself in the series. Another effortless victory for Esther, who just looks completely untouchable in this clutch stretch. Unbelievable. Esther has completely leveled the playing field, forcing this match into overtime. Esther is just on fire, storming his way through this final push with another perfect exchange. A complete turnaround from the early struggle he faced. He's simply in a different gear now, securing his 7th straight round from the box. He's almost entirely shut down the opposition's momentum. Mist answers back immediately, shutting down the momentum with a completely clean exchange. Mist is really making a statement here, controlling the pace and fighting back from the high ground. A surprising result given that Aster has clearly had the better of their head-to-head history. Unreal! He survives a brutal back-and-forth trade to put himself just one round away from victory. That was an absolute nail-biter for a second there. Absolute madness! Aster digs deep to secure the final kill with barely any health left and completes the comeback. He just refused to go down, surviving 3 of those absolute scraps to pull this off in overtime. He had to work for that. Aster enters this match with a massive 26-10 record over the last day, and that level of confidence seems to be translating perfectly to his performance in this early series. We're seeing the clear favorite settle in and dictate the pace immediately. Aster is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. He definitely holds the upper hand in their head-to-head history. The sheer speed of those last few rounds is alarming. Aster is reacting almost instantly. He really looks like the superior seed right now. Aster is simply too fast, securing a completely untouched kill to extend the streak. Ignis is showing some real grit to stay in this. Aster has routinely come out on top in their history, leading their overall head-to-head battle 187 to 134. It seems that psychological edge is weighing heavily on Ignis right now. It'll be a tough mountain to climb if he can't disrupt his pace. Ignis is fighting back, capitalizing on an aggressive push to push Aster off the ramp. Unbelievable. Aster barely claws this one out, surviving a desperate fight with just 4 health. The rating gap is feeling very real right now. Aster is just dominating, pulling way ahead at 8-3. He is certainly playing like a top 10 talent right now. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the switch. Everything is lining up for the higher seed here. He's taking full advantage of a strong 71% win rate on this map to keep Ignis off balance. Let's see if Ignis finds a spark. He survives by the skin of his teeth, barely clutching that encounter from the ramp. The skill difference is showing as the rank 6 player takes a grip. Aster holds a commanding 9-5 lead as we reset. He's certainly looking to bounce back after those recent defeats. Aster is really flexing his muscle, leading 9-6. The momentum is shifting firmly in his favor now. Ignis tried to build some real momentum there, but Aster just shut that door quickly. He has been incredibly consistent throughout his run today. Aster cleans up quickly, punishing Ignis for trying to hold that ramp position. The gap in experience between these two is becoming a huge factor. He continues to tear through, moving within range of a potential victory right now. A really tough spot for the underdog to recover from. That was an absolute marathon of a duel. He just needed a moment to breathe after that scramble. He's showing some surprising poise here, managing to force another one and keep the game alive. What a frantic exchange, but he manages to edge out the win and keep the streak going. He's putting on a tremendous amount of pressure now. And there it is. Aster seals the deal with a huge shot from the boost to secure the series. Ignis really put up a fight to keep it interesting, but he just couldn't close those final gaps. Aster looks completely unstoppable today. Ignis holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with over 700 wins. But Mist is coming off a fresh victory against him in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence helps him close this gap early on. Ignis is just starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast trade to get back in this. Ignis just puts a stop to that vertical advantage and keeps the pressure on. The higher ranked player is definitely asserting control here. Ignis is putting on a clinic with the timing here, catching Mist right as he stepped out onto the ramp. Ignis secures another win from the toolbox, expanding his lead to 5-1. He's mirroring that recent 9-13 result in a completely different direction. He just completely owned that angle from the ramp, extending his streak to 4. That's a huge swing from his recent performance against Duster. He's just too sharp right now, extending his run to 5 straight. He's just too good from that ramp, pushing his streak to 6 straight. Finally, Mist claims a round of his own, utilizing that height advantage on the ramp to break the run. He's really fighting to keep this from becoming a total washout. Mist is having a really tough afternoon with a 7:28 record today. It's clear the lack of confidence is translating into these poor results. He's barely managing to keep his head above water right now. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. You know, the odds listed him as the favorite and he is certainly playing to those expectations right now. He's completely in charge of this game. Ignis had no problem from that ramp, just continuing his push toward the finish line. The ladder ranking between these two is incredibly close. Mist is really starting to chip away at that gap, taking control of the match from his spot on the ramp. Both of these players are sitting right around the same spot on the ladder. Ignis is absolutely dominating this, sitting comfortably at 10-5. Ignis has really struggled to close out games lately. That's an unbelievable reaction time. He's now putting together a 3-round burst to narrow this gap. He's simply on fire, securing another clean victory from the ramp to reach 4 straight. The momentum is shifting heavily toward the lower seeded player. Unbelievable. Mist is just not stopping, putting together a 5-round streak to bring this match right back into contention. The tide has completely turned in this one. Ignis shuts down that momentum from the ramp and stops the climb. He's really trying to shake off those 3 straight losses earlier today. Mist just keeps refusing to back down, putting an end to that attempt from the ramp. The pressure is definitely mounting on the favorite now. Ignis secures a huge round from the ramp to reach match point. He looks completely unfazed by the pressure now. And that's the final blow. Ignis closes it out and secures the victory. That late game surge from Mist almost flipped the script, but the veteran experience finally paid off in the end. Aster is coming into this server with an impressive 26-9 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to Mist, who has struggled a bit more today. We have to see if Aster can convert that momentum into a commanding lead early on. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The head-to-head history heavily favors the current underdog. Aster has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early lead in no time. It's a tough spot for Mist, who's been struggling in his latest matches. Mist just reclaimed the edge with a 3-2 lead. The gap in their ratings is definitely not showing right now. Mist is pulling away now, holding a 4-2 cushion. This doesn't look like a match against the 6th highest rated player. The momentum is shifting back. Aster just answered that pressure and brings this set right back to a 1-round difference. We are completely deadlocked at 4-all. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seed on the ladder. A total shutdown here, and that's 3 straight for the favorite. He's definitely showing that high tier ranking now. He is simply untouchable right now, putting together a 4-round tear to secure a 2-round lead. Mist shuts down the momentum to keep things close going into the break. That was a clean response to get a grip on the game. It is 7-5 in favor of Aster. The results are mirroring the ladder rankings perfectly so far. Aster is playing his way to a very probable victory here. Let's see who comes out stronger. Aster has an overwhelming history against his opponent, holding a massive 249-106 lead in their overall matchups. That psychological edge is certainly translating into his current form. We have to see if Mist can find any way to disrupt this pattern. Mist manages to pull through from the ramp, keeping this fight alive. He's really fighting through the rough patch he's had today. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close out the round. Aster holds a 3-round advantage as we enter 17. The lower seed is refusing to go away quietly. Aster just needs a couple more points to wrap this up, and is looking very sharp right now. The top seed is really starting to flex his power here. It's becoming a real back and forth battle now, as they trade blows in these later rounds. What a scramble! He barely survived that exchange, and now Aster is just 1 step from victory. Squeezing through with just a sliver of health left. Boom! A total shutout for the final blow to seal the series. He's really finding his rhythm today, keeping his hot streak alive as soon as he stepped onto orange. Aster comes out strong, picking Ignis right off the ramp to start things off. Aster enters this one with a huge amount of confidence after going 27-9 in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this match against Ignis. He's definitely looking to extend this run. A quick response there from Ignis, showing plenty of grit to get back into this. He's definitely showing that he can hang with the favorite. A beautiful shot there, and he's quickly closing the gap to just one round. This is exactly why the match is priced so closely. Unbelievable turnaround. He has completely flipped the script to even things up. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable in this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a commanding lead with another swift victory. Aster shuts down the charge and clears him off the ramp to bring this series level. That 6th seed in the rankings is proving far too steady. Absolute chaos there, and he barely scrapes through with just a sliver of health left. The gap in their head-to-head history is starting to show. He's effectively shut the door on that comeback, claiming his 3rd straight point. He's just too sharp, taking full control of the match with his 4th straight victory. He really looks like the top 6 threat today. Aster holds an 8-4 lead going into the switch. I mean, the odds had Ignis as the pick here, but the higher rated player is simply playing better. He's in full control right now. Ignis needs a strong start here. Ignis has the win rate on this map sitting right at 49%. And honestly, it's a testament to his tenacity that he's staying competitive. He knows exactly how to push the pace against Aster to prevent a total landslide. A real battle on the ramp there, and Ignis just managed to edge him out. Coming into the day as the clear underdog, and he's making a case. What a frantic exchange! He survives by a thread after both players absolutely unloaded on each other. Ignis handles the ramp beautifully here, and he's really making it a tight contest now. He's trying to reverse the trend from their last map meeting. Another point for Ignis, who looks completely unfazed while continuing this run. That's a huge shift in momentum for the underdog. He's completely in the zone, dropping Aster right off the ramp to keep this surge alive. Everything is on the line and he narrows this gap. Absolutely sensational. He's completely erased the deficit to bring this series dead even. Aster finds the opening and answers back immediately to regain his lead. The higher seed is simply too composed in the clutch. He simply refused to buckle, clawing his way back to a dead heat. The pressure is mounting for both of these guys. He manages to secure another round and is now just one step away from victory. He's looking like the vastly superior player at this stage. He's done it! Ignis has completely rewritten the script, forcing this series into a sudden death deadlock. What a scrap! Aster holds his ground on the ramp and barely walks away from that exchange. He's just barely hanging on through these exchanges. Aster is looking very dangerous right now, using that ramp position to put his opponent on the defensive. Absolute lock on his movement right now. Ignis is just refusing to go away, dragging his opponent right off the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's refusing to let the lead slip away. Absolute perfection from Ignis, who barely breaks a sweat to level this overtime deadlock. It's essentially a coin flip now. Ignis is completely on fire now, bringing a 3-round streak into the final stretch. He's just completely outclassing the favorite right now. What a huge moment! Aster answers back with a clean strike to keep the deadlock alive. Aster barely holds the edge as we head into round 31. Neither man will blink, they're locked up at 16 apiece. Ignis pulls ahead, taking a 17-16 lead. Sensing a total collapse from the higher seed. We are back to a deadlock at 17-0. Pure nerves now for the top 6 talent. Aster just reclaimed a thin lead, sitting at 18. The ladder ranking is feeling very justified right now. Aster puts a huge buffer between them, leading 19-17. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he manages to survive the onslaught and close it out in overtime. He's just too stubborn to let this slip. He really earned that win. Welcome to the league. We have Mist and Ignis facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. What a scramble! Both players were shredded, but Ignis manages to scrape through with practically nothing left. Ignis has dominated this matchup historically with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. And it looks like those numbers are translating perfectly into a strong start today. Let's see if Mist can find any answer to this pressure. Unbelievable. Mist holds the height on the ramp and barely survives that brutal exchange. He's really fighting the tide after a rough stretch of losses lately. We're all square now, bringing us to a dead heat. The higher rated player is looking a bit shaky right now. Simply untouchable right now. He's putting on a complete display of skill. Just a complete flip from their most recent series together. He's just on another level right now, cleaning up the round to extend that streak. A complete reversal from that narrow loss on fast aim. A perfect shot to wrap up another round. He's just too fast right now. The lower ranked player is definitely playing with a lot of confidence. Another clean take, and that's 6 straight for the leader. A huge shift in momentum from their earlier encounter. Whoa! Ignis somehow manages to edge out the victory from the boxes despite being one shot away from defeat. He's playing with everything to prove after that loss to Aster. Mist takes a strong grip on this series, utilizing that ramp position to pull further ahead. He's really turning things around after that tough loss to Aster. Mist is sitting on a total of 8 rounds won right now, and this is quite a turnaround considering he struggled significantly with the 530 record over the last day. It's impressive to see him outclassing the favorites so decisively in this particular match. Mist holds a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, this is a shocking start for the underdog. We expected Ignis to take control, but he just can't stop Mist's momentum right now. Mist is just cruising now, leading by 5. A quick look at the ladder shows a thin gap in skill level here. Pure chaos in that exchange, but Mist claws out a win with a sliver of health left. He's really proving he can compete despite that lower seed. Things are moving quickly now, and Ignis is really feeling the pressure as the gap continues to widen. Ignis is trying to put up a fight, but he's still facing a steep climb to get back into this match. Ignis is definitely starting to put some pressure back on Mist, keeping the pace fast these last few encounters. He is fighting a fierce uphill battle to close this gap. A blazing fast reaction there to put the pressure right back on Ignis. Absolutely ruthless efficiency in that snapshot. A clutch stop by Ignis to keep the dream alive for a little longer. It's just not a totally one-sided affair today. Absolute perfection in that final exchange to close out the series. A massive shift in energy from the last time we saw these two square off. He completely owned the server tonight. Aster has been completely dominant in their long-term head-to-head, winning 70% of their meetings. It's an overwhelming lead that's certainly weighing on Mist right now. He'll need to find a way to shake that history if he wants to keep this close. Mist is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. It's surprising given the gap on the ladder. These rounds are flying by. We're seeing lightning fast reactions from both of them today. Aster clawed back to lead it 3-2. He's really putting that top 10 rank on display. He's completely shifted the momentum now, taking control of the server with 3 straight. He's certainly making a strong case for his spot in the top 10. A lightning fast reaction and he just keeps rolling with another effortless round. A sharp reaction from Mist, who proves he's far from out of this fight. The underdog is starting to put up a real fight. Aster is currently putting up a massive number with a 27-8 record over the last 24 hours. He's clearly in top form coming into this match. He has all the momentum right now to potentially blow this open. He's completely untouchable right now, staying aggressive as he nears the mid-match break. He's quickly making this a tight fight heading into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. While the betting markets had Mist as the choice, Aster is proving why he's ranked so much higher. He looks very comfortable out here. Time for Mist to fight back. He's showing great spirit here, shutting down that run with a completely effortless flick. That puts the pressure right back on the favorite. What a response! He's completely neutralized the favorite and leveled the series at 7-7. Aster grabs the lead back at 8-7. He's comfortably sitting in the top 6 position right now. Wow, what a brawl. Aster barely survives the exchange to shut down the opposition on the wine. He's refusing to back down, ending that exchange completely unscathed to keep the pressure high. He's definitely fighting the uphill battle right now. Another rapid response as he levels the match and continues this impressive climb. Unbelievable. He's just completely taking over this map with another blindingly fast sequence. He's simply too fast right now, taking another round with a clean sweep. He has completely turned this around. A sharp counter-strike from Aster to halt that run. He's got a lot more experience with an 80% win rate recently. We are headed for overtime if this keeps swinging back and forth like this. The skill gap is showing as he asserts his authority. The streak is back on and now he's just a single round away from victory. He is really capitalizing on those high-tier server hours. Incredible resilience from Mist to force a stalemate. We are headed to overtime. Pure chaos at this point. Neither man is willing to blink. He's staying in the fight, continuing this rally to put the pressure on the favorite. The momentum has completely shifted away from the seed. A truly frantic finish to that exchange. He's simply on another level right now, crossing the finish line for a perfect 4-round tier. What a fight! Aster barely survives that absolute war to keep himself in the game. He just needed to shake things up to break that momentum. A gritty response from Aster, who refuses to let this series slip away. He's showing some serious grit in these final frames. Unreal. After that incredible climb, Mist secures the victory in a breathtaking finish. An unbelievable turnaround for the underdog, finally shaking off those ghosts after such a long losing streak against this opponent. What a way to do it! Aster has traditionally been the much stronger player in this rivalry, winning 59% of their head-to-head meetings. It's interesting to see Ignis take the early lead despite the clear gap in their rankings. This is a big chance for him to put some pressure on the favorite. Aster had a great read there, utilizing the ramp to outmaneuver Ignis for a second straight round. He's really putting that top 10 ranking to use. We're all squared up now. Ignis is holding his own. Definitely not the start the number 7 seed wanted. Aster pulls ahead by 1, finally seizing control. He's been absolutely dominant today, sitting on a 27-9 record. Aster just completely dismantled him from that window, and now the momentum is swinging heavily in his direction. Aster clears him off the toolbox, extending his lead to a 3-round cushion. He really seems to be in his element today. He is just untouchable right now, extending this run to 4 consecutive rounds. Ignis really needs to find a way to break his rhythm. Ignis finally finds an opening, drawing a quick blood with a clean shot. It's a tough spot for someone sitting at rank 30. He is showing a lot of heart, taking another round without conceding a single hit. He's definitely proving that the rank gap isn't always a factor here. Ignis has typically been an underdog in these meetings, and that history is weighing on him right now. Well, it's clearly a mental battle after those 2 losses he suffered earlier in the day. He needs to find some stability quickly if he wants to keep this within reach. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's justifying that higher rank right now. Ignis started strong, but he just can't keep up with the pace the 7th seed is setting. Aster is just ruthless, pushing the lead to 5. Looking at the map win rate, it's clear who has the advantage here. Aster is absolutely coasting with a 10-4 lead. The momentum has swung right back and the favorite is looking stronger than ever. The gap in a 1600 rating really shows. Ignis catches him right off the ramp to get another round on the board. Ignis is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let the match slip away entirely. Aster earns a huge round from the ramp, bringing him to the absolute brink of victory. Aster really clamped down on that exchange. A huge clutch for the underdog, holding his nerve to force this match deeper. That was a desperate scramble to stay alive. What a way to close it out. Aster secures the final point to take the match. A textbook performance from the higher seed, just proving too sharp for his opponent today. Ignis usually carries the advantage in this rivalry, owning a massive 730 wins over Mist in their long history, but we're seeing a bit of a reversal in momentum today. Mist is coming in with a bit more confidence after taking their previous duel as well. Mist is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. A much needed answer for the favorite right here. Ignis is really struggling to keep up with the pace of this game so far. It's a rough day for him, currently sitting on a 3-game slide. Mist is just dominating with a 4-1 lead. He's definitely feeling the weight of those consecutive losses today. A lightning fast reaction there, showing a lot of grit as he claws back into this series. Mist's current form is a massive contrast to his recent activity, and honestly seeing him thrive here is surprising given he's only managed 7 wins over the last day. He's really ignoring the script today. Mist is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 6-3. Ignis needs to figure something out quickly, or this series is going to be over in a flash. His recent slide against Aster was clearly a precursor to the struggle. Mist is absolutely cruising at 7-4. A tough stretch for the favorite, still haunted by those losses to Aster earlier. Meist heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Everything is going the opposite way we expected. This underdog is really taking control of the server despite that poor overall head-to-head record. Time to see some fight back? Ignis finally secures one, cutting the gap to 8-5. The higher seed needs to start closing the gap. What a fight, he almost goes down, but barely digs out of that wreckage to claim his 2nd straight round. What an unbelievable clutch, barely skating by with single digits. Mist extends the lead once more, now sitting at 9-6. He's really defying the odds today against a higher ranked opponent. Mist keeps the momentum, moving ahead to 10-6. Both players were trading heavy damage in that scrap, but he just outlasted the firefight to hold a 5-round lead. Absolute perfection. He's just a single round away from ending this. And there it is, a flawless finish to a commanding performance to secure the win. He really just walked all over the favorite today, putting an end to that long-term dominance. Aster is sitting on a massive 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He really needs to capitalize on his huge historical advantage here to keep the pressure. Mist is really starting to pull ahead at 2-1. The underdog is really putting on a clinic right now. Tense battle on the ramp there, and Aster manages to come out on top to keep things even. A tough spot for the rank 30 player to be in. Aster takes a commanding 3-2 lead right here. That's an incredible head-to-head gap to overcome. We are all squared up at 3-3 now. He's fighting a huge uphill battle given their long-term rivalry. Both of these guys are responding instantly now. The reaction times are just absurd in this match. Total deadlock at 4 apiece. We're in for a grind. The underdog has looked incredibly sharp in their recent trips across the server. Aster edges ahead, claiming a slim lead at 5-4. The rating gap between these two is clearly showing as Aster is sitting in the top 10 on our ladder. The skill difference is starting to peek through as he takes full control of the pace. It'll be tough for Mist to find a way back into this. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it looks like the favorite is just too strong today. He's really utilizing that map advantage to keep Mist on the defensive. Time for the switch. Mist manages to push through and clear him off the ramp to bring things a bit closer. Despite the odds, he's actually won 4 of their last 5 meetings. He's really digging in here, using that ramp to chip away at Aster's lead. We're seeing a completely different side of this matchup than we expected. Aster is really putting on a show from the ramp, keeping his lead firmly intact. It's looking more like the expected result now. A gorgeous flick to pick him off the ramp, and Mist is refusing to quit. Just a fraction of a second difference in their trade. He keeps this rally alive with another win from the ramp, bringing the deficit down to just 1. He's looking completely locked in right now. Aster manages to put a stop to that momentum by clearing him off the ramp. Just trying to avoid another repeat of that Italy outcome. He wipes the ramp completely clean, and that's another step toward closing this gap. The momentum has shifted heavily toward the underdog. Unreal. He's clawed his way all the way back to a dead even split. The mental pressure is shifting completely as this set resets. Aster just needed a clean response there to shake off that scare from Mist. The top-seeded player is starting to regain his footing. A total shutdown of the comeback effort, putting him just 1 step from victory. The odds were heavily skewed in his favor for a reason. He simply refuses to go away, keeping himself alive and well in this series. The pressure is mounting as the gap narrows back down. Absolute madness. He shuts the door on the ramp to force a stalemate at 12-12. This is a complete nail-biter as we head into overtime. Pure chaos in this exchange, but he survives by a thread to keep his run going. Just an unbelievable display of nerves from the underdog. A total shutdown. He keeps rolling with another flawless exchange to hold the lead. The momentum is just overwhelming for him right now. He just won't stop, barely surviving that brawl to reach match point. Just a complete collapse from the veteran in these closing moments. What a performance! He secures the victory and finishes the job in style. To overcome that historical deficit in a game that went all the way into overtime is just legendary. He really earned this one. What a fight! Esther carries a massive head-to-head advantage with 190 total wins over Ignis. It's surprising to see him struggle early on after such a strong run of 27-9 today. We'll have to see if that early pressure from Ignis can actually stick. Ignis is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. A bit out of character for a player ranked outside the top 25. Ignis is putting a lot of pressure on Esther right now, making him work for every single point. He's shaken off that recent loss against him from the last meeting. Ignis just pushes the lead to 3-2. Needs a few more rounds to fully assert his dominance here. And we are all squared up at 3 apiece. He's showing why he sits so high on the ladder. Aster is absolutely on fire, taking total control of this series with 3 straight rounds. He really looks like the superior seed in this set. He's really starting to pull away now, taking a 5th round to secure a 2-round cushion. It's looking a lot like a repeat of their previous meeting. A tough exchange on the ramp, but Ignis manages to come out on top. Coming off an incredibly tough set of losses earlier today. Esther really loves that ramp position, utilizing the height to secure another quick round. His total dominance over the long term is starting to surface. Aster is really capitalizing on his current form after that strong 27-9 run today. It's making sense that he's taking control here, given he's comfortably in the top 10 of our ratings. Ignis needs a big shift in momentum to stay in this. Aster takes the first half 7-5. I mean, the betting market leaned towards Ignis, but the rank 7 seed is playing exactly like the better player here. He just needs to keep this pace in the second. Ignis is refusing to go away, shutting down that last attempt with a perfect exchange. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the underdog. Absolutely seamless work there, he's locked in and has completely leveled the score. A complete reversal from what the pre-match favorites expected. Aster manages to edge ahead by a single round. He really puts his overall experience to use in these tight spots. What an unbelievable recovery. He claws back yet again to bring the series level at 8 apiece. A real grind for the higher seed to keep up with. He finds the opening to knock Aster off the ramp and takes a 1-round lead. He is really proving to be a dangerous opponent today. He's completely taken over the pace now, picking up his third straight point in this surge. Unreal! He barely clings to life in a frantic slugfest to extend his run to 4. Just an absolute slaughter at this point. He just won't stop. Ignis secures his 5th straight and puts himself one step away from victory. The pressure is mounting on the higher seed right now. What a read! He secures a clean kill from the ramp to keep the series alive. He's finally shaking off those early nerves. Absolute chaos in that final trade, but Ignis survives to close out the victory. He's just shattered that long-term dominance Aster usually holds over him. A huge statement win to end a rough day. What a fight. Ignis generally dominates the head-to-head series, winning a high percentage of their past meetings. But that historical weight might not mean much right now. Mist enters this match coming off a very strong win against this same opponent in their last encounter. Ignis has a commanding 2-1 lead right now. He is really capitalizing on a decent run of form today. Another fast one. He's completely taken over the map now. He's simply not letting up, securing his 4th straight round with total ease. He's really asserting himself as the favorite here. The onslaught simply isn't ending as he cruises to a 5th straight victory. Finally, a response from Mist to put a dent in that run. Both are sitting incredibly close on the ladder right now. He's refusing to back down, taking this one in a gritty duel to claw back into the match. The underdog is starting to look very comfortable on this server. Ignis is currently holding a 6-3 lead, which is a pretty strong position. It's a great way to shake off the frustration from that loss they suffered in their previous encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pressure. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to outlast Mist and keep the momentum swinging his way. He's really turning the tide after that early deficit. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the favorite is doing exactly what we expected today. He's just a level above his opponent on this map right now. Time for Mist to wake up. Ignis is staring down a massive 9-4 lead. A small glimpse of that form we saw earlier today. Mist pulls one back, now trailing 9-5. Their ratings are almost identical, making this a true toss-up. Absolutely effortless, he's now claimed 3 straight rounds in a row. The gap on the ladder is practically non-existent between these two. He puts a stop to that momentum and secures another round. Ignis holds a lead at 10-7. Ignis has really struggled against his peers in the last 10. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. The momentum is swinging wildly now. Neither of these two can seem to put the other away for more than one round. That was a total shutout, and now Ignis is just a single round away from victory. And that is it. Ignis closes out the series with a final clean shot to secure the win. He just looks far too comfortable whenever we move the action over to orange, a clean result for him. Esther holds a significant historical advantage, winning over 70% of their lifetime meetings. The gap in their current rating further supports the expectation that Esther will control the pace today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually find an answer. He's on fire right now, taking an early lead with 3 straight wins. He really looks like the favorite coming into this. What a scramble! Mist manages to claw back around in a chaotic exchange, barely surviving the encounter. That was an incredibly close exchange for his first round win. He's showing some real grit, securing back-to-back rounds to close the gap. The favorite is suddenly looking a bit vulnerable here. Unbelievable. Mist levels the playing field and now holds all the momentum. It's a complete flip from what we expected at the start. Absolute speed from Mist, who just completely shut down the competition to take a 4-3 lead. A swift reply from Aster to bring things back to an even split. Aster is looking sharp again, capitalizing on that ramp position to take a narrow lead. The 7th ranked player is starting to flex those muscles. Aster completely shuts down the comeback attempt, walking away without losing a single point of health. A tough day for Mist, who struggled to find his rhythm overall. He refuses to back down, continuing his climb as we head toward the half. That quick reaction puts things on a knife edge as we approach the break. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Mist is playing way above his usual rank here. He's holding his own perfectly against a much higher rated Aster as we head into the second half. He's staying remarkably composed, stepping back into the lead with a clean finish. The momentum shift is becoming undeniable now. He's simply too fast, securing another round with a perfect shot to push his lead to 8-6. It's a complete reversal of how the pre-match betting looked. He just isn't slowing down, taking another round to firmly grasp control of this series. The momentum shift is absolute right now. A quick reaction from the trailing player to stop the bleeding and narrow the gap to 9-7. The higher seed is finally starting to find an answer. He manages to dig deep and claw back another one, keeping this fight very much alive. He's starting to exert that theoretical dominance we saw in the pre-match. He's staying aggressive, keeping his lead comfortably at 10-8 with another fast engagement. He's simply too strong right now, shutting down Aster's burst to keep this recovery moving. The underdog is making a serious statement today. Aster manages to hold the high ground on the boost to keep his recovery alive. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. Aster is showing immense resolve, picking up another round without taking a single point of damage. And he's back on top. That is a flawless recovery to even the series at 11-11. He's finally playing like the superior seed. He's completely taken over the server, securing another victory to put himself on the verge of closing this out. What a fight! He manages to drag this back to a dead heat, forcing the game into overtime. Pure chaos as this series gets pushed to the absolute limit. A stunning display of poise, he denies any chance for a comeback and takes a commanding lead in the extra frames. Just a couple of seconds and it was all over. Heart-stopping finish. Mist practically scrapes through that trade to keep his streak alive. He is playing with unbelievable confidence right now. An absolute blur of a round and he's just one step away from victory. A very clean response to shut down that momentum. It is exactly the kind of resilience he usually shows. Absolute insanity! He shuts the door on the server to complete this miracle comeback. He just completely rewrote the script for this rivalry. After all those years of getting beaten down, Mist finally takes the crown in overtime. What a series! Esther enters this one as the clear favorite with a 67% all-time win rate. But he's currently in the middle of a 3-match losing streak. It'll be interesting to see if he can find his footing before the momentum shifts too far. Ignis is absolutely rolling now, leading 2-1. The top quartile player is really struggling to put up a fight. We've got a dead heat now. Neither one of these players is letting the other get any breathing room. Ignis holds a slim lead, edging out Aster 3-2. The 9th ranked player is really having a rough time today. Ignis is pulling away with a commanding 4-2 lead. The momentum is swinging a wild way for the lower seeded player. Another effortless victory for him, keeping the streak alive. A solid answer from Esther to shake off that momentum and keep this series competitive. He's just looking to shake off those recent struggles. Ignis has a winning record in their most recent meetings. He's certainly making the most of that trend today by putting Aster on the defensive. It'll be tough for the higher rated player to claw back into this match if he can't find a way to disrupt these rhythms. Ignis is just dominating, putting up a 7-4 lead. He's already taking this encounter for the 2nd time today. Ignis is heading into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the analysts saw it playing out. He's staying sharp and keeping the pressure on the higher rated player as we switch sides. Time for a fresh start. Ignis keeps the pressure high, now sitting at 8-5. He's really feeling the weight of that recent slide. What a snapshot! He's showing a lot of grit here as he claws another round back. Aster is refusing to back down, securing another flawless round to keep this series within reach. He's finally carving out some space for himself here. Absolute perfection. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring the score level. He has completely turned this match on its head, claiming a 4th straight for the lead. The momentum has completely flipped in the blink of an eye. A fierce exchange of shots, but he manages to hold the line and keeps this heater going. Aster is really starting to play like the heavy favorite now. Ignis responds quickly, putting a halt to that dominant run. Aster is really showing some strength here, taking a clean round to push his lead to 11-9. The higher seed is finally starting to look comfortable. Total control over the tempo now. He's refusing to go down easy, putting up a massive fight right at the finish line. Unbelievable! Aster closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the entire series. He just couldn't keep that early lead from slipping away. A gritty performance by Ignis, but he couldn't close the door. What a fight! Ignis really came out swinging to take a lead, catching Mist right as he stepped up that ramp. A really quick trade of rounds to start us off, and now we've got a deadlock. Ignis usually has the upper hand in this rivalry. Ignis is really putting on the pressure early, shutting down that ramp push to keep his momentum going. Ignis is really controlling the pace here, shutting down that ramp approach once again. This looks like a repeat of their most recent meeting. Mist just puts an end to that short run by catching Ignis right on the ramp. He's definitely putting that recent loss to Aster behind him. We are completely tied up at 3-all. Things are looking much more balanced for him now. Ignis looks really sharp right now, punishing that ramp approach to take a slender lead. He's definitely used to coming out on top in these matchups. Ignis is really starting to build some serious momentum here. He's definitely capitalizing on that familiarity with his opponent. And another. Ignis wipes him right off the ramp to extend his lead. The higher seeded player is really asserting himself right now. A quick adjustment, and he's showing a lot of heart to keep this match within reach. He's proving that those lower odds were a bit too cautious. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Both players were practically shredded, but he manages to cling on to the lead. Pure nerves of steel to pull that off with such a sliver of health. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Mist is really defying the odds right now. He's playing a perfect game so far to keep pace with a much stronger head-to-head record. Fresh start for both players now. A complete shutdown here, and he's now reclaimed the overall lead. The momentum has completely shifted in the underdog's direction. Ignis claws back, and we're tied at 7 again. The ladder rankings are practically identical for these two right now. Ignis edges ahead by 1, putting him in control. Their overall head-to-head historically heavily favors this result. He's completely taken over the map, securing another victory to extend this run. Despite the gap in experience, they're fighting neck and neck on the ladder. He takes this one completely unscathed, continuing his climb back into the match. That's a much cleaner look than he had in his previous few matches. He digs deep to knock Ignis off the ramp and bring this series back to a level score. He's starting to look like the favorite in this clash. He is on fire now, securing another effortless point to push his lead to 10. He's just completely owning this sequence of rounds. Ignis answers right back from the ramp to tie this up at 10-all. Neither player seems to have a definitive edge here. Ignis is really starting to pull away, taking total control of this closing stretch. A tough day so far for him with those 9 losses. A brutal fight that almost went both ways, but he manages to edge out the victory to put himself on match point. Just sheer dominance to pull away like this. He refuses to go down easily, fighting his way back into a tight spot. A huge momentum swing right when it mattered most. And that's it. Ignis closes it out and secures the map victory. He really held his nerve to close that out. Mist put up a hell of a fight to stay in it. What a match. Aster makes a strong start, putting the pressure on Mist right from the jump. Aster has clearly been the dominant force in this rivalry, winning 70% of their head-to-head encounters. But Mist has had the upper hand in their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through the first half. Aster is really finding the openings here, just completely ignoring the height advantage Mist tried to set up. It's starting to feel like the higher rating is making a difference. He's simply too fast right now, taking over the match with 3 straight wins. This is exactly how the odds predicted this match would go. Unreal Mist barely survives that absolute brawl to keep this fight alive. He really clawed back from the edge of defeat there. He simply refuses to go down, picking the opponent off that box to keep the comeback alive. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to reclaim control. Aster has an incredible 25 wins in the last day, and it looks like that confidence is translating directly into this set. He is playing with a huge amount of poise right now. I wonder if Mist can find a way to break that momentum. That was a grueling exchange, but the momentum shifts back as he secures another victory. It's getting a bit tough for the lower rated man to keep pace. He's totally in control again, putting up a 4-game run to secure an 8-round lead. He's definitely playing to the level of that top 10 ranking. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the standings might have put Mist on top, but the map history shows Aster is much more comfortable on dunes. He's putting those stats into practice right now. Time for a clean slate. Aster is cruising with a huge 9-4 lead. He's definitely showing that number 8 ranking on the ladder. Aster is just dominating, leading 9-5. A shaky start to the second half for the favorite. Aster just cleans that up from the Tetris, keeping the lead firmly in his grasp. A brutal day so far for Mist, with only 9 wins in 28 tries. Aster just effortlessly clears him off the box to extend the lead. He seems completely locked in compared to his other sets today. He's just too sharp, using that elevation to snatch another round and put himself at match point. Looking at the current form, Aster has completely seized the driver's seat. What a way to close it out! Aster finishes his opponent off instantly to secure the victory. He really just walked all over this one. Mist had a few bright spots, but the gap in skill was just too wide today. Aster holds a significant 59% win rate over Ignis in their history together. That heavy experience usually weighs in his favor, making this early lead from Ignis a surprising start. We'll see if he can stabilize quickly. Ignis is putting the squeeze on Aster, leading 2-1. Coming in today as a massive favorite, yet struggling to keep pace. Total deadlock early on. Neither player is letting the other gain any real ground here. A real battle of nerves for the number 28 seed. Ignis just edged ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. His top 10 rating usually gives him a massive cushion. Aster claws back to make it a free all deadlock. Aster is really starting to find his stride here, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis with these quick rounds. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, extending his run to 3 straight. He's playing like the top 10 talent we expected. The momentum has completely flipped as Aster extends his run to 4 straight. The higher seeded player is really flexing those credentials. Absolute control from the favorite, who just secured his 5th straight victory. A tough exchange for the underdog, as he just can't find an answer to this heater. He is really leaning into that 26-10 day he's having so far. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, it is looking like a routine victory for the higher seed right now. That 6-round run really broke the momentum for Ignis. Time to see if Ignis resets. Ignis is currently holding a 40% win rate in his last 10 matches. He's certainly pushing back a bit more than usual, given that history. It'll be interesting to see if he can really mount a full comeback from here. Aster's comfortably ahead, holding a strong 9-5 lead. He's certainly proven why he sits in the top 10 right now. Ignis is fighting back, narrowing the gap to 6-9. He's looking to repeat that 13-11 result he just put up against Mist. Aster is just too consistent. He refuses to let Ignis string together any momentum here. His overall career record shows just how much of a gap there is. Aster still controls the pace with a 10-7 advantage. That was a quick reflex play to put the pressure back on. He's showing a lot of heart, picking up another round to keep this climb alive. A glimpse of the resilience he showed in those close battles against Mist. Aster had to step up there, he just shut down that mini comeback attempt instantly. The skill gap is really evident when the favorite has a lead like this. He stays out of trouble here, securing a clean entry to keep this rally going. He is definitely not going down without a fight. He's not letting up, continuing this impressive charge back into the game. He's certainly making the most of his current form. A completely untouchable sequence from Aster, putting himself just one step away from victory. The experience really shows when the pressure peaks. What a statement! Aster finishes the series with an absolutely effortless final kill. He's just too strong on this map specifically. Ignis put up a decent fight, but that top 10 skill gap was too much to overcome. Mist wastes no time getting the early lead, taking Ignis right off that container. Ignis holds a massive lead over his opponent in their head-to-head history, having won about 60% of their encounters, and the mental edge clearly carries over since he just beat Mist in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Mist can break that cycle tonight. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Things are heating up. He's battling hard to flip the script after that previous narrow loss. Ignis is starting to put some pressure on him, holding a slim 1-round advantage. His recent form has been a bit shaky, but he looks steady here. Ignis is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. The higher seed is really capitalizing on his side of the map. A tough exchange for Mist, but he couldn't close it out as the momentum swings entirely. The ladder positioning is mirroring exactly how this is playing out. Both players traded heavy damage, but Ignis simply outlasts him to extend this run. The 29 player is really asserting his presence today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, walking away with another untouched round. Mist manages to shake things up with a quick exchange to get back on the board. Mist has really been struggling over the last day, currently sitting at a tough 926 record. It's clear he's carrying that lack of confidence into this game. He needs to find a way to stabilize quickly if he wants any hope of a comeback. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Everything here is playing out exactly as predicted. He looks totally comfortable out there, especially after that 5-round burst of momentum. Ignis is just dominant, pushing his lead to 9-4. He is comfortably maintaining that gap in experience. Ignis reads that position perfectly and just cleans him right off those boxes. He continues to put his superior experience on full display. He just doesn't let up, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. Ignis just needs one more to put it all away, and he's now sitting on a 4-round tear. Total shutdown on the ramp side. Unreal. He finishes it off with a perfect shot to close out the series. He just looked a step ahead throughout the entire set. Mist's quickest pop was the only real highlight for him today. Aster owns the head-to-head rivalry with 251 total wins over Mist. That dominance carries over into their recent form, and honestly, Aster looks like he's completely outclassed him today. We just need to see if Mist can force a slower pace here. Aster's now holding a commanding 2-1 lead. Harder to get an edge against the 8th ranked player in the league. The momentum has completely shifted here. Mist has completely flipped the script on this match. He definitely isn't playing like the underdog right now. Another clean exchange for Mist, who just can't be stopped right now. He's making a quick recovery after those rough losses to Ignis. Aster responds instantly to bring the series back to a deadlock. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that chaotic trade to take the lead. He's really fighting the tide after that tough stretch against Ignis. Deadlock again as Mist and Aster sit at 4 apiece. Aster just edges ahead to claim a narrow 5-4 lead. Consistent form from the 8th ranked player today. A total shutdown. He's just taking over this match right now. The higher seed is really flexing his advantage here. A rough way to enter the second half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly the rankings are showing their truth here. The 8th ranked player is putting on a strong performance, though Mist is keeping the scoreline close for now. Fresh start, let's go! Aster is putting on a clinic with a 26-9 record over the last day. That level of momentum is really starting to weigh on Mist. It's becoming a steep climb for the underdog to claw back into this. A perfect response from Mist, who refuses to let the favorite pull away. He's starting to find an opening against the favorite. He's completely seized control of the map, evening the score with an effortless sequence. He's looking completely dangerous after that sequence. He's on absolute fire, extending this streak to 4 straight and claiming the lead. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another flawless round to push his lead to 10. Aster finally finds a way through to hold that slide. The higher rated player is finally showing some teeth here. We are back to a dead heat at 10 apiece. It's a tough spot for someone currently ranked 31st on the ladder. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to survive the scramble to take the lead. That was a real nail-biter of a duel. Everything is wide open now. We are headed straight for the finish line with neither side letting the other breathe. He is really showing his class here in the home stretch. A lightning fast reaction from Aster to put himself on the verge of victory. He just couldn't be stopped in that exchange, forcing the match into a dead heat. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite. The pendulum keeps swinging back and forth, and now the pressure is right back on Mist. His career win rate is vastly superior here. The distance between these two just keeps growing as the pressure mounts. He's got an impressive 67% all-time win rate. What a statement from Mist, walking away completely unscathed to tighten the grip on this overtime battle. The underdog is refusing to go quietly in this series. He manages to survive a fierce exchange, keeping this overtime thriller completely level. That was a remarkably clean finish to seal the tie. He regains the upper hand, putting him just a single step away from victory. Both players were swapping damage in a brutal firefight, but Mist manages to survive it to force another tie. Esther recaptures the lead at 16-15 in this slugfest. Absolute insanity. Mist drags us back to 16-all. Esther regains the edge with a narrow 17-16 lead. This is exactly how their last run of games looked. Esther pulls ahead again to reach an 18-16 lead. The veteran seems to have all the answers right now. Mist closes the gap to 17-18, staying right there. He's really proving his worth against the upper tier today. Astar puts a grip on things, leading 19-17. He keeps finding a way to shut the door when it matters most. Mist put up a hell of a fight in overtime. He really earned that one. What a scramble to start things off. Esther barely survives that exchange to take the early lead. A brutal slugfest that almost went the other way, but he manages to hold on for a second straight. The number 7 seed is definitely showing his class early. He's just too fast right now, claiming a third straight. He's looking extremely sharp after that dominant 27-9 run today. Ignis answers back with a clean shot, picking Esther right off the ramp. The lower ranked player is refusing to go quietly. He's completely shutting the door on that early run, putting immense pressure on the favorite. Astar has such a strong grasp on this specific map with a 71% success rate. That historical dominance really helps him stay composed even when Ignis tries to mount a comeback. It will be interesting to see if that edge translates into a wider lead. Both players landed some heavy hits, but Ignis outlasts him to even the score. Total reset. We've got a dead heat going into round 9. He's just not letting up, securing another win to take a narrow lead. The odds are definitely shifting in real time right now. He's back in the driver's seat, leveling the playing field at 5-5. That historical head-to-head advantage for Aster is starting to peek through. He is staying aggressive and simply outclasses his opponent in that flash of a fight. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. You know, a flat score like this aligns perfectly with the projected outcome for this pair. Aster is still the one to beat given his 68% all-time win rate. Fresh starts for both guys. He keeps the momentum going from the ramp, securing a 7th round as he continues to climb back into this match. It's becoming a real dogfight as he fights for the lead. Absolute madness, Ignis forces a dead tie at 7-all. His recent form is leaning heavily in his direction. Another clean win for Aster, who's just owning the high ground right now. His top 10 ladder placement is really showing here. He's simply not backing down, clawing his way back to a complete deadlock. That was an incredibly fast exchange to bring this back to a tie. Aster nudges ahead, taking a slim 1-round advantage. He's certainly proving why he belongs in that upper tier. Aster has a really impressive 27-9 record over the last day. Well, that level of confidence is clearly bleeding into these final rounds. It'll be tough for Ignis to find a way back into this now. He puts on a total clinic here, shutting down the ramp and moving to within 1 round of victory. What a way to end it! Aster shuts the door on this series with a huge final play. He really proved his superiority today, comfortably keeping the upper hand and showing why he's the favorite. Ignis has a strong historical edge here with over 700 wins in their head-to-head history. He's clearly carrying that confidence into the start of this series. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to break that pattern today. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely taking over this opening set. Unreal. He claws back into this game with a desperate high damage scramble to barely survive. A second straight for Mist, who looks focused as he steadily narrows the gap. What a scramble! He manages to edge out the victory with just a sliver of health remaining. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, making a quick play from the box to extend his lead. What a fight! He keeps fighting back and manages to secure the kill with a tiny sliver of health. The underdog is definitely starting to find some gaps in that defense. He stays aggressive from the box, keeping the pressure high as he continues this rally. Absolutely breathtaking. He barely clings to life after that chaotic trade to tie this series up at 5-5. Ignis responds quickly to regain a one-round advantage. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. This is way closer than anyone expected given how Ignis usually owns this matchup. Both players have traded big momentum swings and now it's a total toss-up heading into the second half. Clean slate for round 13. Ignis takes a slim lead, holding onto a 7-6 edge. He's definitely putting that higher rating to good use right now. Mist has really been struggling today with a 926 record in the last 24 hours. So yeah, this current slump is making it very hard for him to mount the comeback. He's having a tough time shaking off those losses from earlier in the day. Ignis is pulling ahead again with a 9-7 cushion. Ignis is really starting to seize the momentum here, putting a firm grip on this match. A sharp response there to keep things interesting as he refuses to let this match slip away. Things are looking quite bleak for Mist, who is just a few steps away from dropping this one. He's showing a lot of heart right now, managing to claw his way back into the mix. Just another clean win for him as we head into a tight finish. He's staying strong and keeps the momentum shifting in his favor. The momentum is shifting, but Ignis still holds that thin lead. He closes the gap quickly and secures a vital win to put himself one step away from victory. He's really showing the level of difference between them today. What composure from Mist to secure another round and keep this series alive. Unbelievable. He's forced this game into a deadlock, tying things up at 12-all. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Ignis just barely edges him out of that elevated spot to put himself back in the driver's seat. He's continuing to look like the steadier hand in this matchup. Absolutely stellar effort from Mist to bring the score level at 13 apiece. The sheer determination from this guy is simply incredible. A perfectly clean finish there as he surges ahead in this overtime battle. It's a complete reversal from the early expectations of this matchup. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing another win to put himself in a position to take it all. Total dominance in these closing frames. He closes out the deal. What a triumphant way to seal the series after that incredible fight back. He really dug deep to reverse his fortunes today, overcoming some seriously brutal luck from earlier this afternoon. What a fight! Esther holds a massive lifetime lead with over 250 wins in their direct history, and honestly, he usually handles the pressure well against Mist. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that dominance today, given his current 26-9 record over the last day. Mist is really putting the squeeze on Esther right now. Really playing like the underdog here tonight. Mist is really starting to build some serious momentum early on. Rarely do we see a top 10 player struggle this much early on. The tide has completely turned and he's just taking over this map. The gap in the ladder rankings is barely showing right now. He is just unstoppable, raining down fire from the ramp to extend this lead. Hard to believe this is how the heavy favorite is starting. He's just completely in control, taking down another round to keep the streak alive. He's completely dismantled the top 7 seed so far. He is just in a different world right now, securing another fast victory to reach 7. He's simply refusing to blink out, dueling him on the ramp to extend the streak to 7. A tough outing so far for the higher rated side. Esther finally answers back, shutting things down from the ramp. A crucial spark for the top 7 seed. Mist has a lifelong win rate of 47% across thousands of games. He usually settles for a neutral result, but this particular series is clearly an outlier for him. It will be interesting to see if this unexpected surge can actually hold. Mist is leading 8-4. We're seeing exactly what the pre-match read predicted. Now we just have to see if Aster can use his superior map win rate to close this gap in the second half. Mist is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9. Really shake things up when you look at his rank 31 spot. Mist is simply dominating, pushing the tally to 10. Coming off a tough 17-19 loss in their last encounter. A nice quick response from Aster to keep things interesting after a tough stretch. He definitely isn't letting his overall lead slide today. Mist still holds a comfortable 4-round cushion here. That's 2 fast ones in a row for the favorite. He's completely locked in now, securing a 3rd straight point to put some pressure back on his opponent. A tight battle on the ramp, but Mist manages to come out on top. A surprising shift in power for the lower seeded player. He wipes him out on the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked player now. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a fast kill to seal the deal. A huge statement from the lower seed, completely flipping the script on a matchup that's usually so one-sided. Aster has definitely been the stronger presence lately with a 26-10 record over the last day. That high level of consistency is exactly why he entered this as the clear favorite. We'll see if he can recover quickly after that opening round loss. He's simply too fast right now, taking a huge lead to start this map. Things look very different from that rank 31 perspective. Hard-fought exchange here, and Aster digs deep to claw one back. He's got a lot of ground to make up from here. Another seamless finish for Aster, who looks completely unfazed by the early deficit. The pressure is shifting back to Ignis now. He secures the equalizer from the ramp, finally leveling the score at 3-3. He is on fire, moving past the original deficit to seize control of the match. That was a lightning-fast exchange to wrap up another one. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now cruising with 5 straight wins. A swift response from Ignis to break that streak. That was a messy scramble, but he manages to scrape through the exchange to keep the lead. He managed to stabilize the server just when things got shaky. Aster survives a tough exchange to maintain his lead as we head toward the break. He's really tightening his grip on the game as the first half winds down. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from the top 10 player today. He's just outperforming Ignis in almost every exchange. Time for a fresh start. Ignis has struggled a bit more today with a 9-13 record over the last day, but he's definitely fighting back. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going to close the gap. He's back in control now, walking away from that trade without losing a single point of health. Aster is looking every bit the favorite in this server. He completely shuts down that momentum, putting an end to the brief rally from Ignis. Ignis secures that round from the top of the container, putting a decent dent in Aster's lead. He's fighting a steep hill against the 8th highest rated player here. He manages to withstand the pressure in a scrappy duel to bring the score to 11-6. A quick answer to get right back into the driver's seat. A total shutdown here, putting him just a single round away from victory. A big response from Ignis to push this set just a little bit further. Still a massive mountain to climb for the underdog. And that's it. He closes out the final rounds to seal the series. He's just in a completely different gear today, continuing his incredible run through the server. Ignis is historically a heavy favorite in this pairing, winning about 60% of their career meetings. You know, it makes sense that he's looking for an immediate response after losing their last duel. Let's see if the early lead translates into more control here. He's simply too fast right now, taking a third straight to really put the pressure on. Mist manages to swing in and clear him off the box to halt the streak. A clean sequence to get back in the fight. He's showing real grit now, securing another one to narrow that gap. It's a completely different look than their last map together. Ignis holds a 2-round cushion as we enter round 6. This is a crucial reset after that narrow defeat on Dunes earlier. What a statement response, taking that round without losing a single point of health. The underdog is really making him work for every single point. Mist is currently struggling a bit, sitting at an 11-24 record over the last day. He's definitely facing an uphill battle compared to his recent wins. I'm curious if he can shake off that cold streak before the gap opens up further. The tide has completely turned and is now putting together a powerful run. The gap in their overall head-to-head really speaks to this dominance. Goodness, they both nearly went down in that exchange, but Ignis scrapes through to keep the streak alive. This looks like total redemption after that close loss on Dunes. We're heading into the break with Ignis up 9-3. And honestly, he's playing exactly to the script. He looks much more comfortable on orange than Mies does, and he's firmly in the driver's seat. Time for a quick reset. Ignis is just dominating a 9-4 lead right now. Both of these guys are practically deadlocked in our rating. Ignis has a massive 10-4 cushion moving forward. The two are practically tied on the ladder, but it doesn't feel that way. Ignis is just totally in control of the pace here, making these rounds look effortless. Mist keeps the pressure on, but he still has a steep mountain to climb from here. He's starting to make this look interesting, chipping away at that lead and bringing the score closer. Absolutely clean work there by Ignis, putting him just a single round away from victory. And there it is, a blistering final shot closes the door on this series. A really solid display from the veteran here, just completely shutting the door on his opponent. Mist takes an early lead by utilizing that ramp for a great opening angle. Aster holds a commanding historical lead with 252 total wins over Mist. It's just surprising to see that dominance completely vanish in these early exchanges. Aster really needs to find a way to shut this down before the deficit gets out of hand. Aster finds his target and clears him off the ramp to get back into this. The favorite is finally starting to put up a fight. Mist is putting a huge amount of pressure on Aster right now, nearly doubling that score. The ladder gap is nearly non-existent with the way he's playing. Mist is simply cruising with a massive 5-1 cushion. He's certainly not playing like the lowest ranked player on the server. He dominates from the ramp, picking up his third straight round. The gap in rating is practically irrelevant right now. The momentum is completely on his side as he pushes the gap even wider. This looks like a repeat of their meeting on red line. Aster manages to claw one back here to stop the slide. He's clearly feeling the pressure after that rough 11-25 stretch today. Aster is currently playing at a 60% success rate in his last 10 outings. That level of consistency is usually what makes him a threat. Now that he's figured out the rhythm, it's all about whether he can sustain this push to close the gap. Mist goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's coming out of a tough 11-25 day, but he's clearly focused for this particular series. Let's see how Aster responds. Mist is firmly in control, sitting comfortably at 8-5. He's starting to look more like that top 10 threat we know. Aster is refusing to go away, keeping his cool to secure another round. That's a huge shift in momentum happening right now. Mist maintains a steady 3-round cushion at 9-6. He's putting up a serious fight against a top 10 opponent. Aster outduels him in a quick scrap on the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He's really tightening up his game in these later exchanges. He is simply refusing to back down, securing another flawless round to keep the pressure on. The heavy favorite is finally showing his true form. Unreal. He secures another victory from the ramp to bring this series completely level. A complete reset of the scoreboard as we head into the final stretch. Mist answers back immediately, snatching a round to keep his lead. He's completely erased that early deficit, locking in a dead even scoreline. It's a complete toss-up as we head into the final 3. What a fight! He narrowly survives that brutal trade to take the lead at 11-10. He's just incredibly sturdy when the health bar gets low. Mist is just too quick on the draw, catching Aster right as he stepped up onto that ramp. A completely effortless finish to put him on the verge of a victory. What a finish! Aster closes this out in style to complete an incredible comeback victory. He really had to sweat for this one after that shaky start. Mist almost pulled off the impossible here. He had to work for that. Aster enters this match with a heavy edge, especially since he's sitting at number 8 on our rating ladder. It's interesting to see Ignis taking the early lead given that gap in skill. We'll see if the lower rated player can maintain this momentum. He is simply untouchable right now, securing a perfect start to this match. He's really struggling to put that 26-10 day into effect here. Another lightning fast kill. He's completely dismantled his opponent's early game. Aster finally gets an answer, shutting down that opening surge. His overall career percentage suggests he's just getting started. Ignis is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1. Their head-to-head record usually favors the top 8 seed. Ignis is just completely ignoring the odds right now, playing a perfect game from the Tetris position. Aster holds a substantial head-to-head advantage with 194 career wins over Ignis. Well, it's clear that the higher rated player is finally starting to claw back into this series. He just needs a few more clean rounds to flip the script completely. Ignis is just dominating this series, cruising at 7-3. Coming off a tough series of matches today, including that loss on Mappas. What an incredible scramble. Both players were nearly out of health, but he barely scrapes through to reclaim control. He's just putting on a masterclass of consistency right now. Ignis leads 8-4 at the break. I mean, we expected the favorite to stay on top here. He really capitalized on those mid-half rounds to hold his ground and keep Aster at bay. Time to see Aster wake up. Ignis still holds a comfortable 3-round lead here. That was a quick reaction on the trigger. He's really trying to make a statement today. He's showing real grit now, securing back-to-back rounds to keep the pressure mounting. This shift in power is starting to feel real. The comeback is in full swing as he keeps this impressive run moving. He is playing exactly like the top 8 seed we expected. Absolute madness. He's wiped out that deficit entirely, leveling the score at 8-8. A complete turnaround on the server right now. He is just out of this world right now, taking a 6th straight round to keep the surge alive. He is just completely owning the server right now. A quick response here to keep things even. It's a complete dead heat moving into the final stretch. The momentum stays with Aster, who just walked through that exchange without taking a single point of damage. His recent matches show he's really hitting his stride this week. And now we're locked in a dead tie at 10 apiece. Neither side is giving an inch as we enter the end game. Ignis is pulling ahead again, putting himself in a great position to wrap this up. Absolute perfection here from Ignis, who just seized total control of the match. He's really tightened up his game in these closing moments. What a finish, Ignis! Shuts the door completely to seal the victory. He really proved today that rankings don't mean everything on the server. Aster fought back hard, but just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Ignis has definitely owned this specific rivalry with 734 career wins over his opponent. It's a huge gap, but we've already seen that Mist can be a problem today. I wonder if we're seeing a shift in the momentum here. Absolutely effortless. He is just putting on a show right now. A strong answer from Ignis to keep this contest close. Still feels strange seeing him play from behind in this one. Mist is just running away with it, leading 4-1. A surprising start for the lower ranked player here. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that exchange by a hair to keep his lead growing. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. What a scramble. He barely clutched that out, moving the score to 6-1. He's really making a statement after those losses to Esther. A quick adjustment by Ignis to keep things moving. A solid way to snap back after those first 7. Mist has gone a combined 11-24 over the last day. It's a rough stretch of results for him, which makes this current lead even more impressive. He's effectively shaking off a bad run of form in real time. Another clean sweep for Mist, continuing his surge as the first half draws to a close. Absolute perfection from him in these last 3 exchanges. Mist takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the opposite given how Ignis usually controls his matchup. He's playing flawlessly and looks completely different than he did in his last few games. Time to see if Ignis recovers. What a frantic trade. He nearly went down in that chaos but managed to hold on with just a sliver of health. He needs a serious surge to get back into the game. Ignis is really struggling to close that 10-4 gap. Unreal. That was an absolute slugfest, and he barely makes it out alive with a tiny bit of health left. The rankings have a gap, but Mist is refusing to play the role of the underdog. That was a blink and you missed it. Ignis is certainly starting to wake up. A rapid exchange, and he's now just 1 round away from closing this out. It's just wild seeing the veteran struggling this much. He manages to outlast his opponent in a tense exchange, extending the gap to 12-6. A glimpse of the dominance we usually see from him. He's just not letting the pressure get to him, finding a second straight win to keep things alive. He's trying to push back against a tough afternoon. Game over, Mist secures the final point and cements a stunning victory. A huge result for the underdog. He completely dismantled the veteran on Dunes today. Aster leads this head-to-head with 253 total victories. It's clear he's carrying that historical dominance into today. The rating gap is substantial, and that confidence usually translates to better positioning early in a series. Aster secures the kill from the ramp to keep this run going. His current form is looking really strong today. He's absolutely taking over now, punishing Mist from the ramp to make it 4 straight. Mist finally answers back with a fast, clean kill to get on the board. A huge confidence boost for the 31st ranked player. He's on a roll now, showing some serious grit to chip away at that deficit. The gap in rank is starting to look a lot smaller right now. Aster has put together a very strong day so far with a 25-11 record. You can tell he's playing with a lot of confidence. It's exactly the kind of momentum that allows him to shut down Mist's brief attempts at a comeback. He's simply not letting the lead slip. That's a devastating turnaround for Mist as Aster completely shuts down the momentum shift. He's really looking the part of the heavy favorite right now. Mist manages to secure a quick trade to narrow the distance. He's definitely fighting his way back into this one. Aster still holds a commanding 3-round advantage here. He's definitely fighting his way back into the match. It's a 7-5 lead for Aster heading into the break. The betting side of this was a bit weird, but the actual skill gap is showing. He's making the most of his 62% win rate on this map so far. Let's see who hits first here. Mist is refusing to back down, effortlessly picking him off the ramp to keep the pressure on. That's a very polished set of reactions from the underdog. Aster is keeping a 2-round cushion for now. That high rating provides a lot of security in these moments. Aster still in the driver's seat, up 9-6. The 9th ranked player is really putting on a clinic here. He just shuts down that comeback attempt with total ease, putting himself just 3 away from victory. He just can't be stopped, securing a 4th straight round without taking any damage. He's looking every bit the dominant force from the top 10. Mist puts up a fight here, clawing back another round to slow the momentum. We're seeing a distinct shift in the energy now. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster was cruising, but now he's the one under pressure. The gap in pure skill is usually a wall, but it's cracking. He's truly heating up, taking a 3rd straight without taking a scratch. The pressure is really starting to mount for Aster now. A gritty exchange there, but Aster manages to outlast him to put himself just 1 step from victory. He really looks like the top-seeded player in this matchup. What a response. He secures another round from the ramp and keeps the dream alive. He's showing a lot of resilience against the heavy favorite. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a picture-perfect shot to secure the match. Mist really pushed him to the brink there, but the experience just tipped the scales in the end. He had to fight for that one. What a match! Esther heads into this match with a huge rating advantage over Ignis, and the head-to-head record confirms he's usually the one in control. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can maintain the edge he's had in their most recent meetings. Ignis is really cooking now, holding a 2-1 lead. A rough start for the higher ranked player. Aster gets a clean look from the ramp to tie things up at 2-all. This is a very tidy recovery for someone who started slow. Esther is starting to build some serious momentum, taking control of the pace here. The higher seed is starting to flex that skill gap. A real toss-up right now. Both players were fighting for the same ground, and Ignis just came out on top. Ignis just edges ahead to take a narrow 4-3 lead. He's really making his presence felt, despite that lower spot on the ladder. Ignis claims another victory from the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. It's a tough spot to be in for the top 10 seed. Aster answers back quickly, keeping the gap small. He has been incredibly efficient in his other games today. We're deadlocked at 5 apiece as they reset. The favorite is finally starting to assert his authority. Aster secures a perfect kill from the ramp to keep this hot streak rolling. He's really leaning into the top 10 status right now. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. You know, the betting outlook gave the edge to Ignis, but the higher rated player is proving why he's ranked 8th. He's playing really sharp right now. Time to see if Ignis responds. Ignis is really keeping the pressure on, using the ramp to secure a huge round here. He's clearly not letting that previous Italy match get in his head. Aster is really putting his top tier experience on display today, especially with that 25-11 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into these closing rounds. Now the pressure is on Ignis to find a way back into this. Absolutely untouchable. He's put 3 in a row on the board now. He just won't stop, keeping the pressure high to move within 2 of the finish line. He's really taking full advantage of that historical edge today. Ignis finds his footing again, controlling the map from the ramp to get this one. He's definitely proving a challenge for the number 8 seed. Ignis is clawing back into this match, making it a 3-round game. A very surprising shift for someone who's normally so dominante here. Another huge win from the ramp, and Aster is now just 1 round away from victory. A quick trade-off that puts the pressure right back on Ignis. A sharp reaction there, letting Aster know he's not out of the fight yet. He's showing a lot of grit to keep this game alive. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a perfect final blow to secure the victory. He's really on fire today, just absolutely crushing his schedule so far. This one keeps that momentum surging forward. Ignis clearly dominates the long-term history between these two with over 700 total wins. But Mist is coming in with a lot of confidence after that decisive victory in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that psychological edge. Mist is putting the squeeze on with a 2-1 lead. Just a glimpse of that usual dominance from him. What a scramble! He manages to survive that exchange by a thread to even things up. He's showing why he's generally a strong favorite in this pairing. He's just completely taking over this set, claiming another clean round to move ahead. It's a tough spot to be in after that 10-13 loss to Aston. And just like that, we're back to an even split. His lower rank makes this turnaround feel a bit more surprising. Mist claws back the lead, putting him up 4-3. The rating gap between them is narrow, but the momentum is shifting. A total shutdown here. He's outperforming everything Ignis throws at him right now. He's just unstoppable right now, cruising toward a substantial lead. Hard to believe the favorite is shaking this badly. A huge response from Ignis, who just completely shut him down to keep things close. A timely reset for the favorite in this set. Mist is really leaning into his confidence right now. He's managed to pull far ahead despite his overall 47% win rate over the long haul. It shows that he's not intimidated by the higher seed. Mist holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's putting on a real clinic right now against a guy who historically wins 60% of their matchups. This is an unexpected result. Time to see if it holds. A completely unscathed response from the favorite to narrow the gap further. The higher seeded player is finally settling in. Mist holds firm with an 8-6 cushion. A couple of tough losses earlier today are clearly weighing on him. A swift, untainted shot from Ignis as he continues to claw his way back into this contest. Complete deadlock now. He's showing incredible grit to bring this series back to an even split. He's finally finding a way to translate those rankings into results. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking full control of the server with 3 straight rounds. The shift in momentum is looking more permanent now. A brutal back and forth exchange ends in his favor, and the momentum has completely shifted. A precise response from Mist to halt that momentum. His 12-23 run today has been brutal, but he's staying in it. He's showing a ton of heart here, quickly bouncing back to move within 2 rounds of victory. He's definitely playing like the higher seed in this closing stretch. Total authority here from the veteran, who now sits just a single frame from victory. What an insane finish! He barely claws through that final exchange to secure the map victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he's proved his dominance here. What a fight. Aster holds a huge head-to-head advantage with 254 wins over Mist. It's clear he's the historically dominant player here. He needs to shake off this slow start and start leaning into that experience. Mist is really putting on the pressure early, using that ramp to keep the momentum in his favor. We're all squared up as Aster fights back. It makes sense given Aster is a top 10 ladder player. Mist handles the pressure here, quickly cleaning up Aster from the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Mist is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. He's really struggling to flip the script after that loss on Mappas. Aster claws it back to trail by just 1. It's looking more like the expected level of play from him. Mist is outperforming his usually low win rate of 47% today. You know, it's a bit surprising given how much he struggled in the last few matches. I wonder if he's finally found a way to crack the code against the higher rated players. Mist keeps pushing and now sits too clear. He's certainly defying the expectations coming into this server. These exchanges have been incredibly quick lately, with both players reacting in just over a second. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a strong opening that aligns with the betting favorites' expectations. Aster will likely use his superior 67% win rate on this map to mount a comeback. Time for a total reset. Mist is really taking over the server, simply refusing to let Aster get his footing. A surprising turn of events for the rank 8 standout. Aster manages to drop the champion off the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this. It's a critical push for the higher seeded competitor to find an answer. What a fight! That was an absolute brawl that saw Aster dig deep to hold his ground. The momentum has completely shifted in these last 2 exchanges. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. We're seeing exactly why the pre-match predictions lean so heavily in his direction. He shuts things down fast here to regain a slight edge. It's a surprising level of confidence coming off those recent losses. A complete shutdown here, and we are back to a dead heat. Both players are fighting tooth and nail for every single round here. Aster is just too sharp right now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. He is playing like a man who knows he belongs in the top 10. Tied up at 10-all, it's anyone's game now. A really gutsy display of resilience from the number 31 seed. Mist is really starting to pull away here, putting his opponent on a tough spot with these consecutive round wins. He manages to out-duel the higher seed off the ramp to put himself just 1 away. Aster keeps the dream alive with another precise burst, refusing to let the match end just yet. It's been a roller coaster of a series for the favorite tonight. What a finish! Mist closes it out with an effortless skill to secure the victory. Absolute giant slayer performance to take a game like this from the top 10 is just incredible. He really earned that one. What a fight. Esther comes out strong, taking advantage of that high ground to open things up. Esther holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, owning nearly 60% of their career matchups. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this server today. Let's see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that flow. Ignis is really fighting an uphill battle down 1-3. The top 9 seed is really asserting his authority early. Ignis is just too quick, effortlessly pulling that off, while Aster was perched high. He's really shaking off that recent loss to Mist. We've got a dead heat now with both tied at 3. The higher rated man is suddenly under a lot of pressure. Aster noses ahead, reclaiming a slim edge at 4-3. That's an impressive 24 wins for him so far today. Ignis is showing a lot of resilience here, refusing to let Aster pull away and keeping things completely even. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he just barely managed to secure the edge. Aster is putting together a real run of form with a 24-12 record over the last day. That momentum is clearly translating into this series. He's starting to look very comfortable with the lead. He's just on another level right now, taking a 3-game lead into the final round of the half. The pressure is mounting for the number 28 seed here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is mostly aligning with his superior historical win rate on this map. Ignis is staying close, but the underdog is definitely making his presence felt. Aster's pushing the pace, sitting comfortably at 8-5. Aster looks every bit the favorite right now. Aster is cruising now with a healthy 4-round cushion. The gap in their rankings is starting to look like a real divide. Ignis keeps the door open here, preventing a totally one-sided rout. The matchup history suggests he's more than capable of stumbling here. Aster just can't be shaken from that height, effectively shutting down any attempt at a comeback. Absolutely insane. He survives with a sliver of health after knocking the opponent off the box. Aster is just too fast from that top spot, essentially shutting down any momentum Ignis tried to build. Ignis is really staying in this fight, managing to knock Aster right off that perch. He's simply too sharp right now, continuing a spirited climb back into this game. A tough fight, but he manages to shut the door and moves one step closer to victory. He has the skill to close this out easily. He's showing incredible grit, continuing this charge just as the match reaches its boiling point. That's it. Aster secures the final kill to seal the deal right here. Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit here, but he just couldn't find that one final gear to close it out. What a fight! Ignis has traditionally dominated this pairing with over 700 career wins, and honestly, coming into this as the favorite, he's expected to exert that control. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually push the pace today. Mist holds a surprising lead at 2-1 right now. He's a solid rank 28 on the ladder right now. Mist is really starting to build some serious momentum here early on. Unbelievable. He almost went down but manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. A total reversal from that last set they played on Blame Orange. A total shutdown there, as Ignis shows some grit to keep himself in the game. The veteran's experience is starting to show through in these critical exchanges. Another one for Ignis, who looks completely unbothered while clawing his way back into this set. He's completely shifted the momentum here, securing the tie with another flawless exchange. He's just on fire right now, making it 4 in a row and taking a lead in the series. Mist answers right back to level the series at 5-all. We've got a complete deadlock heading into the final stretch of the first half. He's continuing this charge, staying composed and firmly in control as we head toward the break. Absolute precision from the veteran to reclaim that edge. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we go to the break. Well, he's definitely playing to his status as the favorite here. Mist has put up a fight, but the head-to-head gap is still showing. Fresh start for both players now. A totally clean exchange for Ignis, who just keeps picking up steam. That was a lightning fast exchange to start the second half. He manages to hold his ground and outlast the exchange to extend that lead. The gap in raw firepower is becoming a real issue for Mist. He's simply refusing to let up, powering through another exchange to secure a healthy lead. A huge mountain to climb for Mist now. He's simply taking over this game now, securing another quick win to keep the streak alive. He is absolutely suffocating his opponent right now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. And that's it. Ignis closes out the series in a huge way to secure the victory. The raw reactions were just on another level today, including that sub 1 second reflex kill that basically sealed it. Aster has practically owned this rivalry with a victory rate of 70% over their hundreds of meetings. You know, he's carrying that dominance into today as well. Let's see if Mist can find a way to challenge that trend. Mist is suddenly in the lead with a 2-1 edge. A tough way to start for the league's 9th ranked player. We're back to a deadlock. It's a real toss-up right now as both players trade blows. He's coming into this set with a strong 24-12 record today. Good heavens, that was an absolute brawl. He barely survives that exchange to take a 3-2 lead. The 9th ranked player is definitely playing his way back into the lead. He's completely taken over this set, securing another effortless kill to extend his lead. The rating difference is showing in this half. He's simply not letting up, continuing a ruthless streak to move further ahead. A much cleaner performance than his recent struggle against Ignis. He just can't be stopped, moving to a massive 6-round lead. The momentum has shifted completely toward the favorite. Mist manages to claw back around, cutting the deficit to 3. The underdog is starting to put up a real fight. He's really digging in now, securing another one to keep this rally going. He's proving he can go toe-to-toe with the higher-seeded player. Aster is currently boasting a 24-12 record across all his matches today, and honestly, that kind of form makes it very difficult for Mist to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really starting to mount on the lower-seeded player. Aster is looking strong at 8-4 heading into the switch. Well, it's actually a great start for the underdog. Despite what the pre-match prediction said, he's totally in control here after that 5-round run. Aster keeps his grip on the series, now leading 9-4. His overall win rate is a massive factor in this pairing. Aster is just cruising along now, pulling ahead 10-4. A really dominant display from the top quartile star. A total shutdown here as he completely stifles any hopes of a resurgence. He's completely locked in, putting himself a single round away from victory. The gap in their historical rankings is really showing through now. Game, set and match. He finishes strong to seal the deal with an impressive final sequence. He just completely took over the map and didn't give the other guy a chance to breathe. Esther comes into this with a strong 71% map win rate. It's a huge advantage that fits right in with his general dominance over the head-to-head series. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to flip the script today. Aster is really putting the pressure on Ignis now. The rank 8 player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Ignis has really shifted the momentum here, erasing Aster's early lead in a flash. Aster holds a slim lead as we head back. He's really putting those 24 wins from today to good use. Aster just keeps it rolling, picking up another quick win from the ramp. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Aster still holds the edge, leading 4-3. That was a lightning fast reaction. Ignis is fighting an uphill battle with a 40% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it explains why he's having such a tough time closing out these rounds. It'll take some serious grit to overcome a player as steady as Aster. Another effortless finish for the leader, who's now taking full control of this map. A strong finish there, giving him a little bit of ground back right before the break. The odds of this matchup often go against the grain. Aster takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see, given his rank 8 standing. Ignis needs to clean up his play if he wants to keep this series alive. Aster is just outclassing him, sitting pretty at 9. He is certainly living up to that top quartile stand-in. Aster's just running away with it, now up 10-4. Coming off that earlier clash on the dunes, the outcome looks almost identical. Absolutely untouchable right now, closing out another one without taking a single point of damage. Total dominance for the favorite throughout this entire set. What a scrap, he closed out the victory there, narrowly surviving with just 8 health. That was an incredibly tight exchange. He's just a single round away from closing out this match. The skill gap is just way too wide here. And that's it. Aster shuts the door on this game to secure the victory. Just a complete wall for Ignis to run into today, who simply couldn't find an answer for that high tier pace. Mist secures an early lead by controlling the ramp. A strong start for the underdog. Ignis holds a commanding lead in their lifetime head-to-head record, winning about 60% of their clashes. It's clear he's looking to re-establish that dominance after a slow start. We'll see if Mist can actually hold the line. We've got a dead heat with both players at 2. He's fighting to get his ranking back up into the top 20. The momentum shift is complete as he claims his 3rd straight victory. It's a look back to that blowout win on Italy. B. What a frantic exchange. But he manages to scrape through that chaos and extend his streak to 4. Things are starting to look like their most recent encounter. A total shutout as he secures a 5th straight win. He secures another effortless victory from the ramp, moving his streak to 6. He's really asserting himself as the favorite here. Mist finds his mark from the ramp to halt that run. He really needs to dig in deeper to flip this series. Ignis quickly shuts that down and puts more distance between himself and his opponent. He really looked in control during that match on Italy P. Ignis is simply too quick for him, punishing that ramp position to stay in full control. He's holding steady as the favorite in this one. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That huge 6-round run really gave him the upper hand here. Time to swap sides. Ignis keeps the pressure high by securing that ramp position and quickly putting the round away. A tough day overall for Mist, having dropped a few more than he's taken. Mist has really struggled lately, going 12-23 over the last day, and honestly he's fighting a massive uphill battle right now. The gap in confidence is wide and it's starting to look like another one-sided series for him. Another clean sweep from the ramp as he puts the pressure back on. His overall lead in their history is really starting to show. He's just relentless, pulling ahead to a massive 12 rounds and putting himself in a position to end this right now. He's really putting on a clinic today. What a finish! He closes out the map with a huge run to take the victory. Just a total mismatch on this map. Mist tried to put up a fight, but he was just outclassed today. Esther has already won more than 70% of their historical encounters, so it's not surprising to see them taking the opening round with ease. The big question is if Mist can actually find a way to disrupt this rhythm. A complete shutdown. Aster is simply too fast for him right now. The ranking difference is really starting to show itself. Absolute control from the top seed, who just walked through another round without taking any damage. Finally, he claws one back and puts a dent in that early lead. A crucial moment for someone who's struggling in his last few series. Aster stays dominant with a commanding 5-1 lead. That's a huge gap in confidence compared to his recent results. Mist is currently sitting at a 12-23 record for the day. You know, it's clear that he's struggling to find any stability in this series. Now we just have to see if Aster can maintain this pace. Aster answers back immediately, putting the pressure back on his opponent with a fierce 3-round run. He's just on a roll right now, making the gap look even wider. The top 8 seed is looking completely untouchable here. He's simply too quick, extending the run to 5 consecutive wins. He really is proving to be a mountain to climb today. A quick response here to keep the score moving before the sides change. He needs a result like that to stay in this. Aster is up 10-2 coming into the break. Well, Mist was supposedly the one to beat here, but he's getting crushed. He needs a huge shift in momentum to avoid a quick loss. Time for a total reset. Aster is simply too quick. He's practically painting a target on his opponent right now. It is quite rare to see this specific pair drift this far apart. Another lightning fast reaction to put him in a position to end this right now. Mist finds an opening to drag the favorite right off that box. He's starting to push back against the pressure. And that's it. Aster closes out the series with an incredibly clean finish. He just continues to dominate the head-to-head, and he looked completely out of league on the dunes today. Aster holds a significant lead in their head-to-head record, winning over half of their previous encounters. He's clearly a cut above here, especially coming off that recent 13-5 blowout against Ignis. I wonder if his opponent can find any answer to this pace. Aster is just dominating with a quick 2-0 start. He's firmly in control as the top 8 seed. Ignis finally clawed back around to make it 2-1. He's definitely not treating this match like a walk in the park. A surprising turn of events here, with the momentum shifting completely toward Ignis after those opening exchanges. It's a huge shift from how things looked in their last set. He is simply too fast right now, securing a total shutout to take a 3-2 lead. Aster responds immediately to bring this back to a deadlock. Both players are showing a lot of fight early on. Ignis grabs the edge as we head into round 8. It's a closer battle than we expected given their rating gap. Pure chaos now as we're locked up at 4-all. Coming into this, we expected the higher rated player to separate himself. Ignis is putting up a great fight right now, steadily climbing his way back into the lead. The pressure's definitely on the top 8 seed here. Absolute deadlock as we hit 5 apiece. He's certainly keeping that higher rank of his in the conversation today. Aster pulls ahead by 1 just in time. Just a look at how consistent he's been today with that 24-12 record. Aster takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. The results are mirroring the stats here, as the higher rated player is comfortably in the driver's seat. He looks very steady on this map. Time to switch it up. Aster is currently riding a strong wave of momentum with an 80% win rate over his last 10 series. So yeah, it's a dangerous trend when you consider he's now strung together 4 straight rounds in this set. Ignis needs to break this streak quickly or the match will be over in a flash. Both players were fighting for their lives, but Aster survives the exchange to extend his current run. What a scramble! He manages to scrap through that exchange to keep his streak alive. That's just another narrow escape for the higher seed. Crisp win for the underdog, finally putting a halt to that run. Ignis is really starting to chip away at that lead now, putting some serious pressure on Aster. That was a perfect response. Aster just put himself in a position to end this entire map right here. Clean and decisive, putting the pressure right back on the underdog. Aster secures the victory with a lethal finishing shot, sealing the series right here. Ignis put up a gutsy effort in the middle, but he just couldn't close out the map today. Ignis has clearly owned this head-to-head matchup with 737 total wins over Mist. And those results seem to be sticking even now after their previous meeting today. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to flip the script here. Absolute chaos in this trade. He barely clings to life to secure the round. It's a tough stretch for Mist, given those last few results. Ignis is just cruising right now, leading 3-1. He's maintaining the edge we expected coming into the match. Ignis is really putting the pressure on at 3-2. A really tough day so far for the lower rated player here. Mist has completely turned things around, erasing that early deficit to bring the score level. That's a huge shift from their last meeting tonight. Ignis holds a narrow lead now at 4-3. He's certainly feeling that confidence after his strong 13-4 result earlier. Mist has been struggling significantly today with a 12-23 record over the last 24 hours. He looks completely out of sorts compared to his normal pace. It's a bit concerning to see if he can actually pull this back from behind. Mist is showing some real grit here, refusing to let the gap widen further. He's finally finding a bit of footing in this contest. Ignis is pulling away now with a 7-4 lead. He's certainly acting like the favorite today. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. Well, everything is going according to the script so far. He's in a comfortable spot, but he'll need to stay sharp to close this out. Let's see if Mist can push back. Ignis is dominating now, sitting comfortably at 8-5. Just a quick look at the ladder shows why the odds lean his way. Ignis has a commanding 9-5 cushion. The ranking gap reflects what we're seeing on the server. He is absolutely on fire, claiming another quick victory to push the lead to 10. Absolute shutdown, and that's 4 in a row for the leader. A worrying trend for him, mirroring that loss to Esther a while back. Another effortless takedown. He's just one round away from finishing the map. He's playing like he belongs in that top bracket. What a finisher. Ignis closes the door with a perfect shot to take the victory. A really quick result to wrap things up. He's just way too sharp for Mist right now. Aster is entering this as the heavy favorite, which makes sense given that he's managed to take 70% of their total head-to-head matches. It's interesting to see Mist take an early lead when the overall record is so heavily weighted in the other direction. Let's see if he can maintain this early momentum. Aster clinches a narrow 2-1 grip on this series. He's certainly capitalizing on a hot streak right now. The momentum has completely shifted as he takes a commanding grip on the game. Mist puts an end to that run and closes the gap to 3-2. He's certainly trying to shake off those recent struggles. Aster pulls further ahead, now leading 4-2. His current form has been absolutely stellar lately. Aster is currently operating at the level we've seen from him all day, boasting a 25-11 record over the last 24 hours, and combining that fire with his naturally higher rating, he's just outclassing Mist in every exchange right now. It's becoming a huge uphill battle for the challenger. Another clean exchange, and he's refusing to go away quietly. He's starting to really make Aster sweat. Aster firmly takes control with a 6-4 cushion. His recent run of form is just too overwhelming to ignore. Aster is making it look easy today, utilizing that height advantage on the ramp to put a huge dent in Mist's hopes. It's a tough look for Mist, who has stumbled in his last few outings. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly as we expected, despite the pre-match odds. He is just too strong on this particular map for Mist to handle. Time to see if Mist can adapt. Aster is just dominating, pushing it to 9-4. It's looking like a repeat of their last meeting on the dunes. Aster just puts a stranglehold on things, leading 10-4. The gap in rankings is really starting to show here. Mist is starting to fight back, refusing to let Aster cruise to an easy victory here. He's definitely playing better than those recent losses would suggest. Aster's reaction time is just frightening today. That round was over in a flash. He completely shuts down that comeback attempt and puts himself just one round away from victory. A sharp reflex play from Mist to stay alive in this, though he's still staring down a match point. He is staying focused, grabbing another win to keep the dream alive. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. Absolutely flawless execution by Aster to put the final stamp on this match. He really showed why he holds that higher rank today, just taking a total grip on this match. Aster comes in as the heavy favorite with a strong 68% all-time win rate. It's clear he's normalmente the one controlling the pace, but Ignis is showing some resilience early on. This is exactly why these two make for such a dangerous pairing. Aster holds the lead, but Ignis is still fighting. He's certainly making the most of his rank 7 status right now. Ignis is playing incredibly fast right now, catching Aster completely off guard on the ramp. It's a total deadlock between these two right now. Aster's just one step ahead, leading 3-2. He's really showing that top tier experience right now. Aster is simply too quick for him right now. He's putting on a real clinic in the early game. That head-to-head lead is starting to feel very real. Unreal, he nearly lets it slip, but barely clings to life to keep the run going. He's clearly in top form today with that 25-11 record. What a statement! He walks away completely unscathed, proving he's not going down without a fight. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky right now. And he strikes again, keeping the pressure high and narrowing the gap. Absolute madness. He's officially leveled the score, wiping out that early deficit to bring us back to square one. Another effortless kill from the ramp as he just keeps steamrolling through this run. He's making the higher rank look completely irrelevant. Ignis takes the lead 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, he's holding his ground well despite Aster's higher rating. That 5-round tier really flipped the script on the favorites early here. Let's see if Aster responds here. He just refuses to quit digging in from the ramp to extend his lead to 8-5. The underdog is completely ignoring the pressure right now. Aster secures a strong response from the window to stop the momentum shift. The experience is starting to translate into actual results. Incredible! He barely survives a chaotic exchange to pull himself right back into this match. He simply refuses to stay down when his health is that low. He's just unstoppable right now, evening things up at 8 apiece. That's exactly the kind of recovery you'd expect from someone in the top tier. He's absolutely on fire, using that ramp advantage to secure his 4th straight win. It's a tough spot for someone chasing a comeback here. He's just on another level now, securing another 5 straight from the ramp. Whoa, he barely walks away from that carnage, an absolute scramble to extend his run to 6 straight. He's just refusing to fade away, even with the lowest of health. My goodness, Ignis barely survives a total war of attrition to hold the momentum. A real gritty display from the underdog so far. He finishes the exchange perfectly, putting himself in a prime position to seal the match. He manages to claw back another round, keeping himself in the fight against the odds. It's a huge mental test for the frontrunner right now. Absolutely phenomenal. Aster claws back from a huge deficit to close it out. He really had to sweat through those low health scraps to get this done. Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight. Ignis holds a heavy advantage in their head-to-head history with a 60% win rate. And it's a feeling he's already reinforced by winning their last encounter quite comfortably. We'll see if Mist can turn the tide early this time. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really fighting through some tough recent form. Both of them climbed high for this one, but Ignis just reacted a bit faster to secure that lead. The higher rated player is holding his ground in a dead heat. Ignis edges ahead, putting him up 3-2. It's been a rough stretch lately for a player sitting at rank 31. The momentum has completely shifted and Ignis is now firmly in control. That's already twice he's looked the better man today. Ignis is simply not letting up, extending his run to 4 straight. What a battle! He clawed his way back from the brink to secure this round. Just a thin slice of health left for the winner there. He's staying composed and refuses to buckle, narrowing this gap significantly. A clean return to form for the lower ranked player. Mist has a tough day at the office with a 12-23 record over the last 24 hours. It's becoming harder for him to string together the consistency he needs to close this gap. He'll need a strong response right now to stay in the match. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Honestly, this is way tighter than anyone predicted. Mist is playing out of his mind to keep pace with the favorite here. Time to reset and go again. He's continuing his impressive charge, taking a 1-round lead as the fight intensifies. It's a huge shift in confidence for a player fighting so hard today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely walks away from the wreckage to extend his lead. Mist is firmly back in the driver's seat at 8-7. A quick reminder that his head-to-head lead is substantial. Another flawless sequence for Mist, who is showing incredible grit as he pushes his lead to 9-7. Ignis answers back, leaving the score at a tense 9-8. A very sharp look for him, considering the 15-19 result he had earlier today. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. He's looking quite comfortable against a player ranked 31st. What a scramble! He absorbs a huge amount of damage but manages to secure the victory. An absolute nail-biter of a fight. He's just not letting the pressure get to him, extending his lead to 11-9. This is becoming a real tug of war as both players keep trading rounds back and forth. He's on the verge of victory, fighting his way back into the driver's seat. He is looking far more composed as he closes in on the finish. What a finish! He closes it out with a blindingly fast shot to take the entire match. He's finally broken that losing streak in a huge way, showing a whole lot of heart to close this out. He had to fight for every single inch. What a fight!